All right, now I think we're rocking. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good.
Happy to be back.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you back, man. I'm excited. I don't know if excited is the right word, but
I'm feeling feisty is what I'm feeling.
I'm kind of excited to have you back.
Little pent up.
This was methodically planned to have you back on this day. And I was smart enough to not go, well, let's have him back the next day. Because I knew there wasn't going to be enough information between Election Day and yesterday.
Well, I was hoping some of it was going to be, I thought that it was at least going to be resolved, but it's kind of a good thing that it's not.
Why? Why is it a good thing it's not resolved?
I just think there's so much more to talk about then, you know? I don't know. It's just like a clusterfuck, obviously.
Fake news seems to be running pretty rampant.
Oh, my God. And the way they seem to... You can tell they're biased by how they talk on the news. You know, if let's say Trump is climbing, they don't use words like, "Oh, it's interesting." Like when, "Oh, it's interesting that Biden is climbing," and they think, you know, they talk totally different. You can totally tell if you're paying attention to how they, they're biased.
I haven't been watching the news, so clue me in, catch me up.
I flip through all of them to see if I can get anything that doesn't even sound somewhat biased. But I mean, even Fox News seems to be, not even, a Trump
Who's the
thing.
worst right now? Who? Because obviously it's tough to recommend anybody, but it might be easier to recommend who to stay away from.
I can't even say because I can't
who's
even
the worst?
digest.
Like MSNBC.
Yeah, you'd probably be safe with that one.
So what's in your craw here? Something's got you all fired up about this. So let's get into it, dude. I'm gonna let you roll, and I'll just ask questions.
No, I think I might need you to bait me a little bit, but for the most part, man, I've been relatively quiet about it. I guess my deal with it is just the hypocrisy. That's my number one thing that I just absolutely hate. But if it was the other way around, and it was Trump in the lead, and there would be talk about recounts and stuff like that, the other side would obviously be for it.
Well, I think you're right because they did that in 2016. They did that in 2000. The only time they didn't ask for recounts is when they won in 2008 and 2012.
Right. And here the thing is that even if, like, let's say there's no fraud whatsoever going on, the optics still look bad.
So do you think there is fraud going on?
To be honest with you, I don't think there's ever not been fraud.
Fair.
I know a lot of people will say that, election fraud, so small, so minuscule, it doesn't make a difference. I don't know that for sure.
Right.
But I mean, when you think about what's at stake every single time, there's got to be manipulation, whether it's ballot harvesting or whatever. There's always something.
You're 100% correct, and here's why I can say this with such confidence. Yesterday, so I have this weird thing, and it's not about like being sober, drunk, or any of that kind of stuff, or high, or anything like that. I get on these weird trips. So first of all, I love history, and I get on these weird rabbit holes, but they're not like everyone else's rabbit holes. I will find very specific rabbit holes that I choose to go down, and I choose which version of that rabbit hole. So like yesterday, I went through and looked at every single presidential election that we've ever had, how close it was, who won, whether they won the electoral or the popular, so on and so forth, dude. And all I'm going to say is this, granted we have plenty of time, right? So we can get into more details, but I'm not going to take over the first hour of the podcast trying to explain this one idea, right? There's nothing new in politics. There's no new tricks, and there's no new rhetoric. Anything you're hearing this president say or Biden say, anything any of these presidents have said, I could go back and find you candidates from each party that have said and campaigned, both winning and losing, on the exact same fucking mantras, going all the way back to the first and second election.
Guaranteed. Yeah.
There's two elections that ran uncontested. It was George Washington's, technically his second one, because his first one, they elected him. He didn't even want to do it. And then he accepted to run a second time, and nobody ran against him. And then it was Monroe. Monroe was the only other president that never ran.
Interesting.
Or never ran against anyone in his second term. So like he ran against somebody in his first term, and then everybody loved him, and they were like, fuck it, no, just there's no reason to have anybody else do it. Let him do it. Twice in American history. Dude, there has been accusations of guys being pedophiles, having sex with their cousins. cheating on their wives, being gay, anything you can possibly think of.
To try to discredit somebody.
It has been used. There's even been multiple times where guys didn't win the popular vote, but did win the Electoral College. There's even one time where a guy won the Electoral College, and he won. And when I'm saying win, I mean he won the plurality, which is not the majority. Okay, the plurality is like just the most.
Mm-hmm.
The majority is over half. So he won the plurality of the electoral votes and the plurality of the popular vote, but neither one of them had enough electoral votes to take the presidency. So instead of letting it go to the House of Representatives, they made a deal, and there was four states they were disputing, much like this one, and the losing party, meaning the guy who didn't have the most he didn't have the plurality in either the electoral or the popular vote, managed to convince the other guy to let go and give him the 4 states, which still didn't give him the popular vote, but did give him the Electoral College vote and gave him the 285 he needed to win. Okay? So it was like a negotiation at that point. And then the deal was this. Okay, I'll give you the deal. I'll give you the presidency, but you have to end the Reconstruction Act, which is literally the only thing that protected black voters after the Civil War, which is what ushered in Jim Crow. And that guy who did all that and gave all that up just so he could get the Restoration Act abolished was a Democrat. So it was a Republican who lost. It was a racist-ass fucking post-Civil War racist-ass Democrat who wanted to end the Reconstruction Act, and he won the election campaigning on that. But the Republicans challenged it in court, got those 4 states, which totaled 20 votes, which brought him to 265 to exactly 285 to give him a legitimate victory, so it didn't have to go to the House of Representatives. And they made a backdoor, not even a backdoor deal, like a front door deal. Okay, then end the Reconstruction Act, and boom, you basically get almost 100 years of Jim Crow laws. Just fucking devastating. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so, my point is, where I'm going with that long-winded spiel, if anybody's curious what the fuck I'm talking about and why I'm mentioning this in regards to what you brought up, is it's all been done before, and it's been way worse. Like, it's still not that bad. So you're fired up. A lot of people are fired up. I'm kind of laughing about the whole thing because it took me like 6 hours to read all of this and catch up, like the inner politics and the fighting and like just the chaos that was going around each election and each candidate and how the parties were formed and how they won and lost elections. There was constant voter fraud accusations. It was just, holy fuck, man. Like, it made me feel so much better about this election specifically, because it's like, oh, it was way worse back in the day. Like, this ain't shit. Like, even recently, like, even is fucking going back to post World War II, there's been more controversial elections than this one. So I was like, it's all good. I don't know that anyone else has the wisdom
I
to be that chill about it.
It's probably been worse. Though I am concerned here. I mean, don't get me wrong. As a libertarian, again, I didn't vote for either candidate.
Did you vote for Joe?
And if that pisses anybody off, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't.
Joe Jorgensen?
Yeah.
That's who I voted for, man. Still didn't get nothing. Still didn't get 1%.
No, it's not going to happen. And did you notice that she was all the way down on the bottom of the ballot? Like, all the way on the bottom.
Yep.
Why? I mean, I don't know how that works out, but you would think that somewhere near the top, you know, that's a part of, to me, that's also a part of fraud. Is like where you place third-party candidates, every little aspect of anything. Where you have polling stations, where, you know, where you put frickin' like county lines, gerrymandering, all that stuff. All that stuff is a part of manipulating voting.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Including eliminate. So like we came to the 2-party system because of essentially the election I just mentioned. Because people go, well, we should get rid of the Electoral College because you know, it should be majority rule. Well, here's the thing: is almost never do the presidents actually get the majority of the country to vote for them? They get the plurality.
Right.
So there's only, in this election, there's only 150 million Americans that are turning out, and they're like, that's the largest number in American history. True, but there's also 400 million Americans now. So you're not even at 50% of the country actually voting. So you see what I'm saying? So it's like, so you're never looking at a majority of the country actually voting. Therefore, you shouldn't let the majority of the voters make the decision. That's why we stick with the Electoral College. And the point is then you add in a third candidate or a fourth legitimate candidate. It just muddies those waters even further, so less and less people end up having a say as to who the president is. I'm not justifying the two-party system. I'm saying we got here for a reason. Not a good reason, but it was literally a cause and effect situation, because it was muddying the waters of elections. And so they simplified it into two parties, so we at least got one definitive winner. And we still don't get one definitive winner. You know what I mean? Like, the system doesn't work perfectly. I'm not saying we should abolish it or get rid of it, but there's no fixing it. Third party, fourth party, doesn't fucking matter.
No, I don't think you can turn the ship around. And to be honest with you, it's only going to get worse. It's going to continue to get worse. We might have a couple administrations that are lax and chill, but I think it's only going to get worse.
So you pretty much agree with the perception, because not everyone's agreeing on this, but did you listen to Rogan's End of the World podcast?
No.
The dude he had on there was fucking on his game, bro. I don't even remember dude's name. Okay, I don't remember.
Was it Lex?
Name. No, it wasn't Lex Friedman. It was somebody else. Kevin or something. I don't know. But regardless, he was so on his shit. He broke down okay, these states are going to show up Trump at first, and then it's going to seem like Biden has a historic comeback. And he's like, that's not why. It's because they're counting their mail-in ballots after.
Yeah, some states are.
Yeah,
they weren't allowed to touch them until.
Yep. And then there's other states that went first, like Texas counts their mail-ins first, right? So when Texas was blue all night, he goes, no.
I know.
Stop.
I saw
Texas is going red. They counted their mail-ins first. Those are overwhelmingly Biden, but the day of voters are going to be overwhelmingly Trump. Trust me. And everything he said was right. Even and this is where I'm going with it. He said once he saw the numbers come in at the end of the night, and actually is what first happened. He said once he saw Florida get called for Trump, he goes, oh, okay, that changes everything then. And he flips to a different sheet of papers and he goes, okay, now here's what he has to do. And he goes, he cannot win from the beginning of the night through the whole thing. He said he cannot win unless he wins Pennsylvania. He has to win Pennsylvania or he loses the election. There's no two roads about it. In this election, he was saying, and when he's seen those numbers, he goes, okay. He goes, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and I think he even said Georgia and possibly even North Carolina. He goes, those are all going Biden. He goes, they look Trump now, but that you're going to watch this over the next 3-4 days as they count these votes from state to state. Biden's going to win. So are you in that camp where I am? Because I'm not happy or pissed off about it, but I'm saying for all unbiased, unemotional shit I can look at, Biden is going to win this election.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's going to win. I'm kind of emotionally removed from the thing because I can't change anything. I always vote for candidates that always lose. So it's not like I'm sitting here thinking I'm going to win or I have something invested in this.
Right.
But where does this all bring us? I mean, I don't see gracious. If the Democrats win, I don't see a gracious victory. I don't see things changing.
Well, they didn't get control of
the Senate.
Right.
But I look forward to that side, the left, having to actually maybe argue something other than Trump's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's been one of the most frustrating things of any of this stuff has always been Trump. Talk no substance about anything else.
Yeah, one of the things I'm looking forward to the most is the what I believe will be a unification, and there will be less things that split us. So, for example, with Trump, every issue divided us, but he also divided us, right? Whereas, I don't really know any Biden supporters that actually like Biden.
Yeah.
So if Biden's in, we can all hate Biden together.
And supposedly he got more votes than Obama ever did. That is weird too, but
might be true, but again, there's more people. Like, so, and the voter turnout this time was huge.
Right.
So, like, this is one of the most involved elections. Like I think we're at a very high number of like 80 to 85% voter turnout, which is a pretty. I think the highest ever has been 80%. But when there's 80% of 200 million people, it's not the same.
Yeah,
as
well, and mail-in
so.
made some access easy for people too. So that's
right. And they pushed that, which was not new, but they pushed it a lot harder this year. So there's a lot of mitigating circumstances to why.
And even that was politicized,
Right? Yep.
Everything. And I don't care how people vote, to be honest with you. I don't care if it was mail-in or not. My thing is when people pretend that, they only care about fairness, when they only care about when their side does something or,
right.
the other side does something different, then they're against it. It doesn't matter. So if it had been the Republicans pushing for mail-in ballots, we would have saw a resistance to mail-in ballots. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, I think the thing that bothered me though, because I'm with you meaning I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I think both parties are insanely corrupt, equally corrupt as well. I had a lot of buddies who admit that the DNC is corrupt, but they're like, yeah, but the GOP's worse. I'm like, no, it's not. It's literally the other side of the same coin. Especially if you delve into the history of these two parties, like I found out about yesterday, it only cemented that belief. Because the name Democrat and Republican is such an arbitrary representation of what their beliefs are.
Right. Well, yeah, it's not.
Like they have flipped, and when these parties changed their platforms, it wasn't based on right and wrong or ethics. It was based on egos, and it was based on them like teaming up because they hated one guy. Like the birth of the two-party system basically came from the Andrew Jackson election. The country had essentially one major party, the Democratic Republic Party. That's literally what it was called. And then one major national party. All the other parties had kind of fizzled out, right? But they couldn't unify behind even two candidates. So 4 guys ran. And Jackson should have won, but he got fucked. He really did get fucked. And he was so bitter and so angry about it that as soon as he knew he wasn't going to be president in that election, he basically went on a war path and was like, we're taking this and it's going to be ours. And he won the next election and the following election. So he got 2 full terms in. But during that 12-year process that I just mentioned, he basically split the country into 2 ideologies. You're either pro-Jackson or you're anti-Jackson. And we've had other parties pop up, and we've had the Democratic Party and the Republican Party pop up and die out and come back and reform and redo some shit. But basically, the foundation of our 2-party system came from that fucking election. So it again, in every other version, every other instance up until now, it's all about like, oh, we lost the election. So Trump is a perfect example. Like, if history proves correct, what the Republican Party is going to do in 2024 and 2028 and 2032 is going to be completely irrelevant when it comes to actual policies and ethics and things like that. It's just going to be about winning because they lost. And that's what the parties are about. It's just about winning.
Yeah. That's what it feels like now. I mean,
right.
If you look at like
I'm just saying they're going to get more open about it. It's going to be the anti they're going to basically coin it like and they kind of did in 2016. It's the anti-Obama, anti-Hillary, anti-Biden policies.
Correct.
It's that era of the DNC we want to annihilate, which are coming from the Clinton policies of the 90s, right? And same thing. They tried to campaign in Obama won on this, which is you're basically running against Ronald Reagan in 2008. That's what he was doing, right? Remember? Like, it was trickle-down economics, all this kind of shit, right? They asked fucking Mitt Romney, who's the biggest threat to American security? He said Russia. Obama said, hey, the 80s called. They want their foreign policy back. You see what I'm saying? Like, so we've been running against, literally, if you think about it, the DNC is Clinton, not Hillary or Bill, but those policies, those ideas, that era, and then the Republicans are still Reagan. So that's what you're running against. That's what you're running for. That's what you're running against. And my point is now I think it's no longer going to be about Reagan. It's going to be Trump. You see what I'm saying? So it's more of an ego, and it's that type of thing. So now we're going to see a blatant callback to, we got to get back to what Trump was doing. And that's the name you're going to hear is Trump instead of Reagan.
I'm curious to see what kind of candidate they can run next time.
I think he's going to be young. I think he's going to be aggressive. And because I think they realize that they can win without being composed.
Right. Because, I mean, if you look at some of these other people, Romney or, you know, and I mean, they always seem really low key. You know.
And Romney almost won that election.
No fire behind him.
Leading up to like the day or two before the polls, Romney, they were not sure Obama was going to actually win re-election. But two things happened. Number one, the moderate, or I'm sorry, the actual super conservative Christians actually sided with Obama on their religious shit over Romney because he was a fucking Mormon, and Christians despise Mormons, right? So seriously, that happened. And then all of the moderate voters last minute, when they went into the voting booth, changed their mind and voted for Obama. They're like, fuck it, I'm giving him another 4 years. Because they didn't know enough about Romney. Because he's this guy from fucking Utah or wherever the fuck he was from. You know what I mean? Like, everything added up for...
I honestly don't think much would have been different had Romney won.
Probably not.
No.
I wasn't voting for Romney because I worked for Mitt Romney. He owned Bain Capital, which owned Guitar Center, and I saw the way he treated the whole system, and I was like, this is not the guy you want at the top of the country. Like, this is not a guy that cares about fucking anybody.
Well, he had his own
bottom.
Obamacare kind of Romney care, and I mean, some of his policies weren't any different, really. They would have just been I think it's still the same puppet masters.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, it's dude.
But this, I mean, Saturday Night Live's got to be just freaking jumping for joy because, you know, with Trump being in there, they've had plenty of content to make fun of Trump. Now Biden's going to be freaking joy.
So what are you worried about with these guys being in office? I mean, I'm not trying to bait you to state the obvious, but to give you a natural segue so I'm not the one ranting the whole time. Because it looks like, and that's where I started with this. Can we both establish that for all intents and purposes, let's just say for this podcast, Biden's going to win?
Yeah.
Okay, we're not, when we say this, we're not adding in the variables of like some random amazing comeback statistical
victory. There could be, but
nor am I adding in the variable of shit getting settled in the courts because of the lawsuits. No, I'm saying bona fide, straight up election. We both agree Biden's going to win. With that being said, with Biden and Kamala Harris entering the White House, why can't you be excited about getting rid of a fascist in Trump and bringing in a team of Biden and Harris? Why are you not only not excited, but what scares you about that?
Well, what scares me about it is just the whole cult mentality of people behind certain parties anyway. And the fact that these people are super establishment and the left doesn't, I mean, the left has to know Kamala Harris is about establishment as possible. They wanted her somewhere. They wanted her to be president, I honestly believe, over Biden.
I think so too.
But, you know, Tulsi took care of her. So what do? Hit her for a little while, right? Yeah. Then bring her back this way. Because, you know, I think
snaky move, by the way.
She's
not sneaky, snaky.
She'll play ball with them. You know, I don't think she's gonna break the norm or.
Well, she makes all of those fucking softies feel good. She's a black woman. Like, we're progressive now. Okay, like they can say we're not racist because she's black, and they can say we're not sexist because she's a woman. Even though the person they actually picked is an old white chauvinist racist male, like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. But they ticked the boxes because it seems to me, call me crazy, eat me alive in the comments if you guys want to, but it seems to me like the DNC is far more concerned with optics than substance, and the GOP is just pretty open about they only care about two things. Allegedly, babies,
Baby.
right? And money. Like, they want their money and they want to save babies. Whether you agree with that or not, I can at least respect that, because they don't even pretend they care about poor people. They're like, no, the whole point is to not take care of poor people, because if you don't take care of poor people will take care of themselves, which there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that survivalist mentality and like enabling and like you got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You know, there's plenty of data to back this up as well. But there's also plenty of data to argue with it. And there's plenty of examples where charity and giving somebody a helping hand is exactly what they needed for them to get up. So there's arguments on both sides. My point is, the GOP seems very transparent in their callousness. I can respect that because it's transparent and they're consistent. The DNC seems like they're a bunch of pandering fucks who only say what you want to hear at the time, and then they do something else, and they're more concerned with the optics versus the actual actions
or outcomes.
Right, yeah
I agree with that. As far as charity though, I think conservatives actually probably give more to charity,
right, but they don't want it taken out of their checks
involuntarily. Yeah. And how can anyone blame, how can you blame that? I that's the way I look at it, man. And it's like, as long as it's voluntary, that's the society we should have.
Yeah, I think the reason the DNC makes the argument, though, that it should be government regulated instead of private is because then you could get people going, well, I'm willing to give $200 million as long as it doesn't go to poor black people. And it's like, dude, no, that's fucked up. So it's a matter of whether it's legal or not now, right? So, like, and I'm not saying they're right or they're wrong on this approach. I'm saying this is how they view it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going, no, like at some point in time, in certain situations, the government should render ethics into the legal, because we do that, like with discrimination and shit like that.
Except look at the people who are robbing the Haitians.
I get it.
I
get it, dude. I get
who are
it.
those
Again,
people?
I'm not defending it.
Right.
I'm just saying I think this is the way they think about it, because it's like, oh yeah, I'll donate $200 million, but no black people are allowed to use this. It's a charity for only white people, and it's like,
I honestly don't think we live in that society
I don't
anymore.
think we do either, but I think that's what they're worried about, is shit like that. Like, oh yeah, I'll donate $1 million to this hospital, but no trans surgeries, because it's against my religion.
No, I could see more of that happening.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I could see
maybe
more.
the racial thing was a bad example.
Yeah, I can definitely see more than that. And I definitely think both parties would accept anybody as long as they adopt their views.
See, I have more faith in the libertarians on those social issues than I do on the Republicans, because the traditional GOP is just so close-minded about gays and trans and people that don't think like them. Like, they really are bigots when it comes to that stuff, because I'll have those conversations with my family who are pretty conservative. And, I'll run circles around them using the same Bible that they're using to try to condemn these
for
people.
sure. Yep.
And then eventually they always resolve to this one statement. You know what? I don't care. I just think it's disgusting. Fine. But that's still not enough to justify regulating someone else's body or their lifestyle behind closed doors.
Exactly.
So they don't. This is why I don't trust the GOP, because I don't trust them to follow their ethical logic versus their ethical heart. And your ethical heart leads to the old adage of like, the road to hell is paved with good intentions type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, your intent was good, but you created a way worse problem. I mean, fuck. So I'll give you a segue. I'm not going to try to bait you, but I'll give you a segue to jump off.
Bait away though. I don't really.
Here's
care.
the two things I'm not scared of. I know they're going to happen. Okay, number one, be prepared for a legitimate, bona fide, long-term shutdown of the economy and in a way overcorrection to the coronavirus. I do agree. In many ways, Trump did not act strongly enough on certain things. However, much like the idea that I just discussed, I think Biden is going to grossly, with good intent, overcorrect the other way and makes things far worse economically. And because they've been pandering with the rhetoric that they want to defund the police, they've created extra chaos and instability in this country, furthered by the fact that they also openly want to violate the Second Amendment and come take our guns. Now, we kind of talked about some of this before the podcast, and you were like, I'll keep my thoughts to myself until we get out.
Yeah.
So there you go, dude. There you go. Those are what they're not fears, because I think fear is like something that you worry whether it will or will not happen. Like, I know this is going to happen. So it's not a fear. I'm aware of it.
Well, without the Senate, that's probably not going to happen.
They'll still try.
But yeah, I mean, when Obama was in there, it was legislation after legislation after legislation after legislation. And then they try to go at the state level. So then you saw Minnesota and all these other states constantly new bill to ban high capacity magazines. Just that one failed. Okay, well, we'll just introduce another one. And that kind of law system kind of sucks, because it's not really about what the people want. If you're throwing a whole bunch of shit at the wall, one of them's going to stick, right? I just think I think the people have spoken numerous times that we don't want that, but yet they're still going to introduce another bill, another bill, another bill, another bill until they eventually get what they want.
Right. And and all they do is they back it off a little bit each time. So then when they do get a bill passed, finally, it's just an incremental step.
Well, have you noticed how
another bill to get the thing they missed last time?
How little that's been in the quorum for any of the conversations that have been anywhere online? There's almost been no gun debate.
The only people that are still making the gun debate are people that I actually respect on the gun debate. They're true anti-gunners. Like, they're like, no. They're like, I'm not under any circumstances. So they're consistent. The people I don't respect are the people who quit arguing. Well, and those are the flip-floppers who, as soon as the riots happened, they were like, nope, guns are great.
Well, not only that, but then as soon as their politicians are telling them that's the topic to talk about again, they're going to be online every single day talking about how guns need to go away.
We'll see the integrity they have, because if they're going to play the hypocrite card like you hate, like I hate, meaning they have a fucking AR-15. Because here's the thing, guys, like, if you didn't run out and try to get a gun, you don't know what we're talking about. But if you did try to go get a gun during the last 10 months, you know exactly what we're talking, which is all the guns were gone. You would go to virtually any gun store and they were all gone. They were all gone. Not just the shotguns, not just the pistols for home defense, not just the revolvers.
You got one or two shotguns to choose from, maybe 122.
There were none. There were no guns. And then the guns they did have were super expensive or super cheap and shitty. And that's why they were there, is either people couldn't afford them or they were unreasonable. And it was like, that's just a really pretty $800 gun for $4,000, just like guitars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or that's a piece of shit. And anybody who knows anything about guns is not spending $199 on their only home defense pistol. Like, no, we're not doing that. So it got very difficult. And the point I'm trying to make is that people that were against ARs suddenly were going in to buy ARs, not because they wanted or needed one. It was the only gun available. And so even they are now sitting there making, in this hypothetical we're bringing up in the future, not just making an argument against guns while they have a fucking, 6-shooter revolver sitting in their fucking drawer like they actually have an AR-15 because it's the only fucking gun they could get during the riots. And they were like, okay, now I understand why there's AR-15s. And they fucking bought one. Like
I hope they don't change their mind on that, though.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm doing a good job of explaining the nuance of this for the listeners.
Well,
because people do not understand, especially in Minnesota, how difficult it is to buy a gun. I even experienced this. I knew I had to go through a background check. I knew that I had to get a permit to purchase a pistol before I could buy a gun. However, I was not aware that over the last however many years that the law switched, and no gun shop is willing to do the permit for you. They'll do the background check for you, but not the permit. Back in the day, apparently, when they first passed that shit, you'd pay them $100 and they'd do everything for you. Come back in 7 days and pick up your gun. Well, when I went in, it was like, no, you have to go get this first. Okay, where do I go get it? You got to go downtown Minneapolis. Fuck. How long? Okay. Luckily, I got all that shit handled right before the riots happened. The only difficulty I had was the conceal and carry, which was another whole fucking level of rigmarole. So it put into perspective for me why people say we need no more gun control. because I don't think, if you're making an argument for more gun control, I don't think you understand how difficult it is right now to get a gun.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that I don't even buy this gun show loophole thing anymore. Like, they go, oh, well, what about the gun show loophole? You can go up and just buy a gun without a background check. Like, first of all, guns are fucking expensive. Okay. Second of all, I've never met a gun owner or a gun seller that is willing to sell a gun to anybody who's even remotely sketchy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I personally, I've bought lots of guns. I own lots of guns. I'm a gun advocate and a collector. I will purposely, look to see if there are people that would sell something without, I honestly don't think there's that loophole, or if it's not that big of a deal. Like, I think the one gun I bought without a check was probably an old SKS.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking a 60-year-old gun.
Right.
It's possible private sales exist. I just don't. I mean, I just don't see it as that big of a deal. I don't see that many people.
And with the way the laws work, is that if I can prove that you had reasonable suspicion that I was going to go commit a crime with that firearm, you're equally responsible as the person who committed the crime with the firearm. That's a federal law.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So again, this is why I say, like, this gun show loophole shit, like, dude, here's the thing. If you want to get a gun, you're going to get a gun. And the gun show loophole is, first of all, I don't buy it. Second of all, if it is a real thing, I guarantee you it's in a very select number of states, because I know for a fact you ain't going to no gun show in Minnesota. And
go to a gun show. You will see a lot of people that actually travel from place to place, but they actually do have a physical store. So they do everything legitimate by the book. The people that might not, you look at the crap guns they sell, it's just like a damn flea market. You'll see that guy at the next meet trying to sell those exact same guns. He wants more money than they're worth. They're old and beat up, not in high demand guns. And if any old criminal was just going to go get guns, they'd try it from him. Well, the guy still got the same damn guns. And I know that's anecdotal, but I mean, I just don't. They're not criminals. People at gun shows aren't criminals.
Do you know where the majority of our illegal weapons come from?
From I think theft is a big one. Yeah, I think theft is from they were bought legitimately and then stolen from somebody else.
So this is old data, but the percentages can't be that different. But back in the day when I looked at it, the vast majority of illegal guns on the streets were police and military issued weapons that our government and police agencies decommissioned the weapons and then sold them to foreign governments, foreign police, because that's what we do with our shit. People that don't know, we sell our old shit. Our military, our cops, we sell it to other governments. So, like, literally, we've sold old fucking like jets and shit, the Israelis always get the jet behind us, so when we build a new jet, the ones that we have, we don't just throw them away, we sell them to Israel, so they have our last generation of jets, or at least that's how it used to work. Maybe in the last 5-10 years since Trump was in office, in the last term of Obama, I don't know, but this is traditionally how it works, right? Well, then when we sell those guns overseas, they're rounded up over time and resold on the black market back in America.
Oh, you got to think about all the things that we funded throughout time too.
See what I'm saying,
the Iran-Contra affair, we were building ghost guns, as they like to call them now. We were building them by the thousands and sending them to fight, over the border.
Yeah, and there's fucking stories. There's all kinds of crazy stories about shit we seen during the riots about pallets of weapons showing up in the hood and shit. And it's like, those aren't stolen weapons. Those aren't legally purchased weapons. That's some weird, whether it's the Russians or our own American FBI or local police.
I guess I didn't see any of that. I did see the pallets of bricks and stuff like that.
Some of those were legit.
And they probably were construction going on.
Some of them were construction. Some of them were put out there by the store owners because they were trying to prevent people from driving into their store. But then a lot of them were just mystery. Like there was video of guys. I think it was two Boston police officers were busted on camera driving around in the back of a pickup truck throwing random bricks out and about. So they were just there, not in a big pile. But so the bricks were in the back of the pickup truck. And
sounds like some kind of agent provocateur.
That's exactly
thing,
what it is. That's exactly what it was. And then, we got the fucking Umbrella Man from Minneapolis, which apparently they identified him.
Oh, they did?
Allegedly. We'll see. I mean, they falsely identified the guy once before, but yeah, but going back to the thing about what scares you about Biden and Harris being in there. Have you heard the conspiracy that they wanted her all along, so they picked Biden, and they got him elected, and then they're just gonna wait a few weeks or a few months, and then they're gonna use, what is it, the 26th Amendment,
right?
Yeah, or whatever it is, to declare mentally unfit, and then just put her in place.
I don't think they'll do that, and I don't think they'll do that at all. I think they want to have her at least in the office, right, and then they can run her as a main candidate afterwards. But I don't think that they're
I wouldn't put it past them.
I don't know. It seems like it might. I mean, don't get me wrong. Plenty of people probably support that idea, but I just don't see it.
It's a proper conspiracy.
I think Biden's an insider too. I don't think they're going to boot him. We've had terrible speakers in office. I mean, remember George Bush?
Did you know he has a speech impediment? That's why he can't fuck. I mean, he's probably also getting old and might even start being.
Right.
He might be entering dementia in Alzheimer's. But do you know he has a fucking speech impediment? Yeah. And if you have a speech impediment or a stutter, part of it is you overfocus, and you just can't. So
that happens.
Once it starts, you're fucked for the rest of however.
Yeah.
And so if you combine that with his age, and it's I don't know.
He's,
like you said, we've had a lot of bad public speakers. I mean, Bush used to say some of the dumbest shit.
Yeah, Obama was great, but yeah,
Obama was really good at speaking. Really good at speaking. Very articulate. Rarely fucked up. The worst thing that would ever happen to him is he would stumble and lose his train of thought when the teleprompters would fail on him. It's fuck off. Okay, you guys all want to sit at home and criticize Obama because he can't improv without a teleprompter? You go fucking try it.
Yeah, I would never.
You go be a public speaker and improv. Into
I might
a
have
microphone.
Criticisms about how people maybe speak or something like that, but that's not one of the things.
Not their ability to improv off a teleprompter. Why not? Why not, Jamal? Why
never
don't you
been
go
a
after him for
factor
that?
if whether I support them or not. Right? It's their policies. I could care less. I could care if you have an IQ of 60. I could care less as long as you're leaving me alone, leaving other people alone.
Yeah, they're coming for the guns, though. Biden and Harris. Good luck. Come and take them.
I think the Senate. I think the Senate will stop that for now, anyway. But at least the talking is going to start back up again.
Yeah, and like I said, I think hopefully the best thing that'll happen is we can all be unified in how much we hate Biden, and then there'll just be less issues that we're divided on. Because with Trump, there were certain people that just loved him so much that he could do no wrong,
right.
Whereas nobody loves Biden that much. And I guess I am sort of speaking in absolutes. I'm sure there's some people that are in love with him.
Right. Well, I think it's safe to say a majority of people do not look at him as the savior of anything, right?
Right. And Kamala Harris really is not very well liked either. It was a necessity vote. And so we can all just kind of get back to going, okay, he fucking sucks. Let's figure out how we're going to get through this coronavirus thing now. Same thing. If the lockdown happens, it's okay, we got one problem to figure out now. Our economy in a coronavirus world. How do we fix it? And that alone, just having everybody looking at, okay, we got the president thing out of the way now. Now we can just think about this one thing. It's not going to get better. It might even get worse. The divisiveness on that issue is probably going to get even more fired up. But at least there's just one thing we're arguing about.
It's just going to get more dangerous, though. The more the economy tanks, the more dangerous this is all going to get. As far as the guns go, all the pro-gunners were always saying, well, what if Hitler, if a Hitler-type person becomes president, and then all of a sudden the left is calling Trump Hitler, and they should understand now why we want guns. So this debate, as far as I'm concerned, should be over. But
especially when you have Trump deploying Homeland Security troops on American soil after going after American citizens. Like, that's the fascism and tyranny that we were all worried about in 2000 when that Patriot Act got passed in the first place. I think we talked about this on the last podcast because the riots had already happened.
Well, we've seen that during Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, all kinds of crazy stuff. The military being used against citizens.
That's not new, but Homeland Security, federal troops that are deployed from above the governor is what I'm saying is new, per the Patriot Act. Because the National Guard being deployed by the fucking governor, that's nothing new. That's been happening for hundreds of years.
We're still seeing gun confiscations during that time.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. So I mean, it could happen. It could happen, but right now I'm not too concerned that they're going to come after the guns. But we'll see. I think the conversations will start again, and once they've got control of maybe the Senate, they can build that. That's when it's going to hit. I think the minute they think they can eke something, they're going to try to ram a whole bunch of stuff through.
If they do anything to go after guns, unless the whole thing is a conspiracy where they really are two sides of the same coin and they're on the same team, going for one Illuminati-style agenda, right? Unless that's the case, man, if they take the guns, the Republicans will win everything in 2024 and we'll get them all back. Because we have seen gun control get rolled back. We have seen that because it was much worse in the 90s under Clinton than it is now. Like, we have way more gun freedom now than we did under Clinton. So that's a bona fide fact. So the reality is, like, if it is bad,
but that's also because
I have confidence it'll be temporary.
They passed bills that had an expiration date, So I think that's part of the problem.
Wasn't that the only way they could get them passed?
Yeah, I think that was probably how they managed to eke those bills through in the first place. And that they will expire. Yep. So it was up to Bush to pass those laws, and he didn't do it. Yep. So I think that's why.
And then they passed, I think it was either Bush or Trump actually rolled back regulation on certain things that didn't come back with an expiration date. I might be wrong.
I
might be wrong.
I'm not sure, but the bump stocks, to me that's a violation of the Constitution. They're not great devices. They don't make you better at killing people. They don't do any of that stuff. They're actually very terrible things to have because they don't really. Your accuracy sucks with them.
They'll overheat your gun.
They might be a fun thing to go and shoot, but anybody that's got them doesn't use them all the time. They don't. It's just a waste of ammo. It's a waste of time.
Right, especially with the ammo being.
But to me, it's still a violation of the Constitution.
Why do you think that is? Like, that specific thing, it's an accessory, it's a modification. So why do you still make the two-way fight on that item?
Well, it's first of all, the ATF it was already legal by ATF definitions anyway, and what a firearm is and what fully automatic is and whatever. The difference between auto and semi, one trigger pull, one bullet, right? So, and in this case, that's the exact same stuff that's still happening. It was just that something was assisting your finger. But we still have devices out there that are better than bump fire stock. Binary triggers, and you got there's ways to bump fire guns depending on how you hold them, too.
Right.
So, but to me, like, the 2A thing shall not be infringed, right? That's it. To me, it doesn't get any more clearer than that.
So then, how do you find peace in the fact that we can't run around with biological, nuclear, or chemical weapons as citizens?
Those things. This is one of my favorite things because people like to argue with this stuff. Be like, oh, well, why can't people have nukes then? Do you think people should have nukes? First of all, history will tell you we only have nukes. Why? Because of government. Government, in order to create nukes, they had to go through a lot of work. They had to build like a freaking secret city with 50,000 employees working on the bombs, right? That's how they got nukes. So that's already naturally regulated, right? So how am I going to get a nuke? How are you going to get a nuke?
Well, technically, did you know it's actually not illegal for you to build your own nuclear reactor? And the information is out there on the internet.
I'm not sure on that, but
when you weaponize it into a bomb, I think it's a different thing. because now it's a weapon and not an engine, not an energy source. So I don't know. I know it. I'm just saying that the science and how to do it is out there. It's public information.
It took the Manhattan Project to create the bombs. Okay.
Well,
so
they were figuring out how to do it. That's different than you replicating it now.
Right. But how am I going? Even if I replicate it now, how am I going to do it?
I don't know. I can't give you a straight answer on this hypothetical.
It's already super regulated. I mean, if
right, like where are you going to get enriched uranium?
Just by market alone, it's already regulated. Right?
Okay.
It doesn't even need government regulations. It doesn't.
Okay, so what about the chemical and biological shit then?
Again, you carrying around anthrax or what?
No, but I don't think these things are nearly as hard to get your hands on them. And
I don't,
especially when you like with the new technology of like CRISPR and shit, where you can start.
Oh well, I think technology is going to solve all these problems, and we can get into that later. But like, if we look at like government was used to create these bombs, right? It put all the money into it. It put the whole infrastructure to build these bombs, the secret cities and whatever. And that went on for years. So now you think about, okay, how we have like this whole terrorist possible scenario with the dirty bomb, the suitcase bomb, and all that stuff like that, right? Well, we had an arms race with Russia, building as many nuclear warheads, right, on both sides constantly. And then, of course, what did we do? We helped tank Russia into the ground. And then where did all those warheads go? Where did all that nuclear components go? Black market. Right? So government created another problem, right, with these nukes. Government has always been the problem. So why do I want to give government more power, right? It's almost like they get rewarded with more power for their fuck-ups. So that's the way I look at it. I'm not going to get a nuke. I can't afford a nuke, even if I wanted to.
Right.
But you're going to tell me that Bezos couldn't get a nuke if he wanted to?
Whereas like the tanks and the regular guns and even grenades and things like that, those are made by private companies, not by governments, and you can, if you have the money, get access to those. Like there are motherfuckers outside of the military who own fucking tanks.
They can get them, yes.
And it's perfectly legal. You can't like drive it down the road unless you get tabs for it.
Yep,
and it's still a regulated
even you and
vehicle.
I could go buy an old decommissioned tank.
Yep.
I mean the barrel might be freaking plugged up, right? But the way I look at it is that's still an expensive thing.
Right.
So I think they're already kind of naturally regulated by the market. You don't see too many, and you could take a tractor or a bulldozer and make a tank. You know, you could. I mean, that one guy that went, I don't know what state it was, I forget. But he went on that rampage in the city. Yeah. The killdozer guy.
Yeah. Well, and then there's guys that have gone on rampages in tanks.
Yeah.
Like in actual tanks. That was a thing.
Yeah, I just think that some of these things, like the nuke argument, is kind of a lame one because it's not a realistic scenario. I mean, until everybody's got the technology in their house to create some kind of nuclear fission device or something, right? It's not even going to be an issue.
I'll try to find the YouTube videos. I'll send them to you because there's a couple guys that have gone viral because that's exactly what they did.
Well, I know some kid did that, and then he got an offered a job through the government. Yeah. But yeah, I just think that the nuke argument's a tough one because that's not a realistic scenario, and it's definitely not the one to base the argument on all control. It's like saying that because for instance, one major corporation, or say Walmart, doesn't do something right, that you need to pass a law on all businesses, right? You're using an extreme to attack everything in that freaking field, right? Mm-hmm. I just think using that to go after guns is a terrible device or a terrible thing. Besides, what is a nuke is not an indiscriminate. It's not an indiscriminate, or it's an indiscriminate thing. You cannot control. If that goes off, you're killing everybody.
Right.
So even if you did say even if you wanted government controls, well, that's still an argument for why you would control nukes.
Right, and I think that is the actual argument, is it's an indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction.
Right.
Whereas, even a grenade is something you still have to aim, throw, and has a limited scope of destruction.
Right.
Like a limited field or whatever. And its lethality, you have to be pretty close to the blast radius to actually die from a grenade. Like you could lose limbs. You know, that's pretty
Right.
common.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. And guns, I mean, to say that guns are indiscriminate and all that stuff, I think we're just stretching what that word means.
That's what I'm
right?
getting at, is
Yeah.
because from the legal standpoint, I'm trying to understand the difference, and it would make sense because with any of these other weapons, you have to do something directly. You have to aim it, you have to pull a trigger and make a decision each time you do something. Even with something like a grenade or a bazooka or a grenade launcher, where you're projectiling these things, it's still the same idea, right? And it still has a limited scope of destruction that you have to actively do, whereas a bomb can go off and kill people you didn't target. It can have after effects, like if it's a dirty bomb, like a nuke. I mean, that could be years and years and years where you can't go back into that area. So I think you're kind of right. And same thing with like a chemical weapon or a biological weapon. Those things are indiscriminate and can manifest greater things.
Yeah, and
far beyond.
We generally
the
don't have an
initial-
issue with those either, and I don't think don't have an issue with them because of legality.
Right.
I mean, to be able to play around with, you know, and create weaponized anthrax and all these other things, you got to have facilities, and you got to have it takes a lot of money in order to do that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, some genius could probably do it, $50,000 or something, right? But still, I mean, we're still kind of playing fantasy scenarios, really. That's
sure.
I just don't think it's a real thing. And if it did happen, it would be like, again, a one-off or something, right?
Sure.
When we had those,
and it goes back to that thing of like the Oklahoma City bomber. Like bombs have been illegal forever.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You haven't been able to own dynamite without a license for a
Right.
very long time.
Yep.
But motherfuckers will, and this is why I say, like, you're not going to prevent people from killing people. In fact, leaving guns legal actually probably prevents more deaths. And here's the crazy idea why. Because with guns being legal, you still have a limited amount of ammo and physical ability, energy. Like, motherfuckers act like the Columbine shit is realistic to happen over and over and over again. Like, and we have a lot of school shootings, right? But you're noticing we have less and less deaths from them because it's, how am I trying to explain this? It's physically exhausting to carry around guns and ammo.
well, lots of ammo for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
It gets heavy. And if you're a 14-year-old child, I don't care if you're a boy or a girl. In fact, the girls are probably stronger at 14.
Could be.
You
yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that, right? It's not going to last long, right? So that kid has a limited strength, stamina to aim, you know, to physically get from room to room, all of those kind of things, right? There's a lot of things we could do to either stop or mitigate that problem along the way. Whereas if you eliminate guns, okay, now it's not even on the table for those same people. That's how you get people like the Boston Marathon bombers, where they create fucking bombs in pressure cookers
Mhm.
that take out way more fucking people. Or they decide, you know what, that's not enough. It's too easy for it to fuck up. I'm going to make a dirty bomb. I want to kill 1 million people. That's how it happens.
Mhm.
And it's such a bizarre argument to make, but that is a reality because you've seen it in France and all these other countries. They don't have guns, so they just build bombs, or they take a truck and I remember one argument, trucks should never have that many cylinders. It's too easy to kill too many people with that big of a vehicle. And it's like, you're not getting it. Like, what made the guy want to kill people? Let's talk about that. Like, why are we not focused on that? You feel me? Like, why are we so focused on the instrument they're using to kill people and not focusing on, like, what are we doing as a society that's driving people to want to take out multiple people with them?
Because people think and to be honest with you, I can see why they think that that's the easy solution, because you can't change people. I mean, you're always going to have those villains and those evil people that want to harm other people and mental illness and all these things. And there's probably things we can do, but what?
And is it one of those things where it's 1 out of 1 million people who's going to try to commit mass murder, but since we have 400 million people, we have 400 of those people every year trying to do that here. And now with technology, we just see it more. And so we know it's an issue. Whereas when there was only 1 million people in the entire country, and there was one random school shooting in Kansas in 1908. I'm making this up. I'm not citing a reference. No one ever heard of it.
Well, part of the
unless you were in that area of Kansas.
A part of the problem
is that possible?
But I think we overdo it. For instance, like we see it because there could be less mass shootings, but they will show you will see more instant coverage of it.
But not even just mass shooting, mass violence. So like dude driving the truck, the Boston Marathon bombers, the Oklahoma City bombing, the who's the one guy, the Unabomber who mailed shit off, right? Like.
But this puts it out there, and that it kind of puts it out there in the world, right? Like people seeing it all the time. Oh, and then if I'm somebody who wants to do that, I'm getting my ideas now. I'm like, oh, that person did a, I'm gonna copycat that because that does happen too. These things plant. For instance, like when you talk to kids about suicide, talk to high school kids about suicide, you're probably gonna get more suicide. I don't think it prevents anything. You think that talking to kids about drugs prevented drugs?
No, they show that the DARE program
or sex, talking about sex,
more drug users. Like I remember being in elementary school and we learned about DARE. So when we learned about DARE and we learned about all the drugs and what they were and what they looked like,
I had no idea what those.
We created a game called I don't remember what it was called, but instead of like cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians, we had three. We had three groups. We had drug dealers, we had cops, and we had customers. So I had this like plastic. You remember those old plastic totes? Way back in the day, they were like yay big, and they had all the little compartments in it for like your crayons, your pencils, your erasers, everything. They're for elementary school kids, markers, the whole deal. Well, I was a little beyond that, right? I had like a pencil, you know what I mean? Like I didn't need all that shit, even in 4th grade. But we emptied it out, and I found anything I could find that looked like a drug, and then I put this kit together,
Jesus.
Right? So I had like, I don't remember how I made the weed, but I found coffee creamer for the cocaine, brown sugar for the heroin. Like, and I had like, and I think I found Smarties. You remember the stupid little candies? Those were like ecstasy or PCP or something, some sort of form of pills or something. I had Advil in there, and that was some other drug I don't remember. And then we had all of these. I had a piece of paper with all the prices for everything written on it. And it was just this game we played. It was like our version of Cops and Robbers. It was modern day Cops and Robbers. We weren't robbing trains.
Right. I can understand.
We were selling drugs. But all of the information and the terminology came from DARE class. We all eventually started doing drugs, and we already knew what they were and what they were worth and what they looked like and what they were going to do to us based off of DARE class. And it was probably from 4th grade when we took DARE class and started that game. That game ended by 6th or 7th grade because eventually one of us got busted and I got pulled into the principal's office. And my mom came down to the school. It like became a big deal. And then we ended that game. But within 6 months, we started doing real drugs, like smoking weed and fucking... Like, you know what I mean?
The writing was on the wall.
Yeah, and here's the point: is I think you might be right because that seed was planted by them teaching us about what to stay away from in the first place. And there's a reason they don't still teach DARE, because the data backed that up. That it was actually between DARE and the war on drugs, they were actually creating more drug users, which was making the problem worse. Again, going back to what did we say at the beginning?
Yep.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You had a good idea with good intent, and you created a problem that was far, far worse. They wanted to stop the crack epidemic, but what did they start? They started the opioid epidemic and the meth epidemic. Those are worse than the crack epidemic. And Dave Chappelle's joke is so good. He's like, he's like, oh, fucking all of a sudden the opioid epidemic sweeps through America. Now all of a sudden y'all motherfuckers are willing to say addiction is a disease. But when it was crack and it was just black people, it was just say no. But when it's your baby boy, little Billy,
or just anybody in general that had any kind of surgery, or
selling his
getting hooked on
Yeezys for
pills.
$40 so he can go buy a couple oxy pills. $400 pair of shoes for 2 oxy, but like that's real, and that's drug addiction. Is what I find interesting is that it was different drugs at different times for different classes and different colors, right? So black people got hit in the 80s, and it was poor black people in the 80s got hit with crack, and then it was rich white kids got hit with the opioid shit now. Well, over the last 10, 15 years. Like, isn't that kind of bizarre? Like,
but if you look at
like no one,
well, even
color, class, none of it. Nothing protects you from being an addict, which is why I don't think it's a disease. It's like, it is a disease, like you can catch it because you can become addicted against your will, but it's not a disease like, because if it was a disease, you would only see certain people, certain cultures, certain genetic predispositions, but like you can have an alcoholic father and then have zero problems with addiction because it was psychological and you said, I'm never drinking. You can have parents that didn't drink at all and then become a raging alcoholic. That's not a disease. That's a random occurrence. That means, to me, it's more society inflicted. So we could call it a disease, but we need to stop looking at it like a scientific, biological, medical disease and more of like an intellectual, sociological disease that's almost like a mental diet versus a physical diet, right? So it's like the conditions we're living in are opening up different generations, different people of different genetic backgrounds at different times to different drugs.
Well, look at how the war on drugs started to begin with. Even one of Nixon's aides came forward and said, you know, what was the biggest problem with Vietnam and the protests, the anti-war protests? You had the white liberal hippies smoking dope, doing acid, shrooms, and all that stuff, right? But then it was also a tool to go after black people too, the marijuana. So,
so you're going back to like some reefer madness shit.
So that, I mean, that was it's been there for a long time. This war on drugs has been there, and it will continue. Now this opioid thing affects everybody of all ages.
So let's talk about some positive shit that's going on with this election. South Dakota passed both recreational and medicinal marijuana. Oregon decriminalized all drugs. All drugs decriminalized. Boom. Colorado already legalized, not decriminalized, but legalized mushrooms a few years ago in a different election. So, as bad as things seem, we're starting to get some shit right at the same time.
It'll be good to see how the numbers and stats show how that kind of decriminalization changed things for the better, right? I mean, when I was younger, I was so anti-drug and I still don't do drugs now, but I'm totally for legalizing all of it now because I realize that the laws that we have and the methods we use are far worse than the drugs themselves.
Well, and the data shows that criminalization of drug use creates more problems.
Right.
It costs more. You know what I'm saying. You can say it.
Well, not only that, but you think about like, you're a 20-some-year-old, you get busted doing drugs. It's hard to get jobs when you got stuff like that on your resume, right? Your background checks and all this stuff, this just kind of sets you up for failure. In your 30s and your 40s, this stuff's haunting you. And we got to get away from that stuff because a lot of people are crazy when they're in their 20s or their teens or whatever, right?
Well, and to elaborate, you're creating felons with the heroin shit, right?
And you're putting them in a place locked up with other felons, and that's the only people they get to learn from for that time period too, you know?
And then
it's like criminal college.
And you could say, well, a heroin addict, they rape, they steal, they which is true. I mean, a heroin addict will do some crazy. I know a few of them. I know a few ex-heroin addicts that are like, dude, I did some unimaginable things just to get high. So, it's brutal. And then they were like, and maybe not heroin addicts, but some meth addicts, they were like, hold on, do you hear that?
Yep.
I don't think the listeners can hear it.
It's some sirens.
But there's a lot of sirens outside right now. And that means there's a lot of them, but they're close. If we can hear it down here through the headphones, the whole 9 yards, there's some shit going down. But the numbers back it up as well, because when you take like heroin and meth and all that shit and you criminalize it, you create a drug addict that needs to creep around in the shadows and do dirty shit just to get his fix. When you decriminalize it or even legalize it, They don't need to hide and run around. They're less likely to die. They're more likely to seek help because they're not at fear of going to jail now for their fucking actions. And that's just on the severe side. Then you look at the petty side, like marijuana, small amounts of cocaine,
psychedelics.
Yeah, that is literally the word I was searching for. These are non-violent drugs. Unless you're a cocaine addict and you're doing large amounts of it for days on end, most actual cocaine users, they just talk a lot. You know, like literally, they talk a lot. They muse like they're on mushrooms or on weed. Like you like get into some really crazy deep conversations sometimes, but it's not this Tony Montana fucking give me fucking 3 lines of blow and I'm gonna go fucking. It's not what's that movie with John Favreau and Christian Slater, Very Bad Things. It's not Very Bad Things where you do some blow and you accidentally murder a stripper and you're
you don't remember the night or something.
This is not like that's just not realistic. And my point is when you lump all those drugs and you treat them the same as the heroin and the meth and all the things that can make you do some crazy, wild, unethical shit, not only do you make those people fearful to come forward and get clean, because in order to do that, they have to admit that they're being a criminal and a drug addict and all that shit, but you're also taking all of these people that could be perfectly normal contributors to society and you're throwing them in as if they are the same as a heroin addicted junkie or a meth fucking addicted junkie. And like you said, now all of a sudden you got a guy who can't even get a job. He can't pay taxes. He can't contribute to the system. His only option is to turn to crime. So it builds this cycle. And if you look at the government side of it, once you make a real drug addict, like he's going to get high until he decides he doesn't want to get high anymore. Meaning you're never going to get rid of all the drugs and you're never going to be able to catch all the drug addicts. So you're going to be creating a literal money pit, which we have seen, where you're going to spend unimaginable amounts of money, and you're not actually going to fix the problem. It actually only made it worse, because the more fucking criminals you make, the more drug dealers you make, basically, because we just said their only way to make money now, they can't go get a job. No one will hire them. So their only way to make money, sell drugs or go steal shit. Well, now you're creating a bigger black market. So now more people want to get into it. So then you get cartels incentivized, right? And fast forward to now, back where we're at kind of in our reality. Now you've got trillion-dollar industries and you have literal armies hidden in the jungles of South America.
Oh, yeah, it tears other countries up, too.
And no one can do anything about it.
Yeah,
because they're so rich and so powerful that we can't even fucking do anything about it. And the point is we actually can do something about it. Here's what you do. You legalize all drugs. All of them.
And go from there.
Yep.
We'll go from there.
Yeah, and if you think we're crazy, there is so much data that shows this works. It's already been done in other countries. All drug use goes down. Did you know that heroin wasn't actually illegal after the Vietnam War? It wasn't actually illegal yet. It wasn't until the war on drugs that they made it illegal. So when those heroin addicted soldiers came back, they just naturally got off of it. Like we didn't.
But a lot of people did. Yep, you're right.
We didn't have a heroin problem in America. You know what I mean? We didn't have a heroin problem in America until heroin became illegal. Then all of a sudden we had junkies that couldn't get off. Like, why were we able to get off it 20 years ago? Because it wasn't fucking illegal. So I could go to the doctor and be like, dude, listen, confidential, no judgment, to a physician. Even in the 60s and 70s, guys, they still were doctors, right? They still had some like knowledge about how shit worked, and they had heroin. It was a medical grade thing. And they said, okay, here's the deal. I came back from fucking Vietnam. I had to shoot up over there. It's the only way I could cope with the fucking death. And I need some fucking heroin or I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going through withdrawals. And they would fucking wean them off. That's what they would do.
Yep. And psychologically too, you have, in that situation, you have a change of environment, right? If you start just doing heroin and under this environment, your environment never changes, you might not ever quit.
That's a great point. That's actually a huge point. And that's where a lot of guys develop severe drug problems, is in jail. So it's like, fuck, man. I don't know. I think it's interesting though because South Dakota legalized both weeds, medical and recreational, and they're right there, bro. I'm just saying, it's like it feels like the dominoes are falling, and we're going to get legal weed in Minnesota soon.
Biden and Harris are sit on.
I think they're going to have to legalize it in order to balance out the devastation they've done to the economy. I think it's going to be part of I think it's going to be part of their economic recovery plan because there's already a legitimate bill that's probably going to pass to legalize it. And I think if they're smart, they're going to do some shady shit and they'll stall that bill and prevent it from going through so they can pull it, include it in their own package, make claim on it that it's part of their economic recovery plan, and then get it to pass.
Yeah, well, I think it's. I think they know
that's how politics works.
I think they know they're losing that battle. I don't think either party is interested in legalizing that or making weed legal. I think
you're right. You know what they want to do?
But
they want to remove it from Schedule 1. Fuck you!
They won't even do that, though.
That's what they want to do. That's what Bernie wants to do. That's what Biden said he wants to do.
I don't believe
what Kamala said she wants to do.
Come on.
This is just recent. I'm not saying I believe her. I'm saying this is what they've recently said, is they want to remove it from Schedule 1. That's not good enough, motherfuckers. Like, if you want to fix the American economy, legalize weed nationwide. Legalize it nationwide. Because especially in a shutdown. Holy fuck.
Oh, we got a bat,
bro.
Yo, that's cool.
Oh, shit. I got a... Oh, fuck. Okay. We got a bat.
You want me to catch him?
Well, usually I hit him out of the air. We've never had a bat on the podcast. I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign. They can definitely see him, though. He's next to the guitar over there. I don't know what we do. Do we press pause on the podcast? No, fuck that, dude. They can have rabies, dude. Fuck. Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, they could have rabies, man. They're vermin, dude.
Yeah.
They're dangerous. Fuck, man.
You seriously freaking?
I don't fucking like them, dude. I don't like
They
bats,
don't bother
dude.
me.
They're spawns of Satan. All right, don't come back, bitch. Stay out of here.
I'll help you get them later.
Well, I'll get them. That's not the issue, but I have to, like, open everything up so I can start swinging. I can't fight him in here. Oh, fuck, guys. We got a bat in the podcast studio. Fuck. I don't know if that's a good sign, a good omen or a bad omen. It's fucking freaking me out, though. Like, oh, fuck. This is going to be a interesting podcast for the rest of the time. We've been going about an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll
But no, I think as far as the drug things, I think they will eventually legalize it, but then they're going to pretend to be the gracious savior, benevolent savior over it. Like, look what we did. We legalized this thing that you wanted.
Yeah, that's kind of what
only because you were losing control of it. So you, of course, have to give in a way that makes it look like you didn't give in.
Well, I'm also convinced that that's why Trump lost this election is because they didn't legalize it. If they would have legalized weed nationally this summer during the coronavirus shutdown, he would have won the election in a landslide because it would have shown that he's willing to he's willing to gamble on the people and put the economy first and actually make actionable legislation to do something to, like, literally kickstart the economy with a new industry, and they didn't do it.
And be anti-establishment.
And I'm not going to say that's why he lost.
No,
but if he would have done that, I think he would have won in a landslide, and I think you're 100% correct because all of those middle grounders that weren't sure, because there's a lot of people that bought into Trump in the beginning because the same reason they bought into Obama. He was an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
And then after 4 years, it was really difficult to see as he played the game. It was the same game Obama played, which was the same game Bush played, which was the same game Clinton played, which was the same game Bush played. Do you see where I'm going with this, guys?
Biden and Harris claiming to legalize or take something off Schedule 1, that's taking that position because Trump didn't take that position. He handed that to them.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I still.
Well, and the Schedule 1 thing was a Bernie thing because Bernie, when he was running, he was on Rogan and he even said that he's not willing to legalize weed, but he said. He goes, is what I think we should do is I think we can pull it, we can remove it from Schedule 1, and I think we can do that with the power of an executive order. That's what he said. So I don't know if he was going to do it, but that's where that rhetoric, that's where that mantra came from is when they got endorsed by Bernie. He was like, this is the language you can use, and it'll get you the support you need. So they adopted that. And that's my point. You said this at the beginning, dude. You said optics, right? You said something about optics. Like It doesn't look good. That's what the DNC does, is they find, and the GOP does it too, but the difference is the DNC does it predictably every 4 years on predictable issues. Like, if the DNC wins, you will see no action towards actually making the lives of Black Americans better. But in 2024, that is going to be at the front of their campaign, just like it always is. These are predictable things, right?
I would argue that that's just a government thing anyway. A government has no interest in actually solving any issues if that's what keeps them in power.
Yeah. I mean, that's true.
I mean, tell me what government organization has really kind of worked themselves out of a job.
Well, let's be honest, though. The government doesn't do anything. It's the people.
Right, but...
So it's the once a person
but
gets
the justification for these departments and agencies and everything, that it just... they're not going to work themselves out of a job.
Well, especially when you have people that can redefine their there's a word for it. They can redefine their station in life by getting into one of these offices, especially when, if you play the game right, you can be a senator for life or a congresswoman for life, or you get into the presidency and you have Secret Service for life. These things are extraordinarily sketchy because these institutions are and we need these institutions for stability, right? So you don't just have one person drastically changing our country every 4 to 10 years, however long their office lasts, right? Governor or whatever, or president or what have you. But these institutions, when their positions are almost transferable, so the way they've organized it, it's like you get a part of the GOP and it's like being on a football team. Like, you pay your dues and you work your way up the roster. And so once you've played the game, then the GOP will get behind you. And if the polling is behind you, then you run for president. It really isn't. And the problem with that is like, it takes so long to get there. You can go from being a broke ass nobody, and by the time you're halfway through, whether you're doing well or not, you're now secure, right? Like, so there's senators and congressmen. Once you're in there for a certain amount of time, and I don't know the number on this, I think it is the difference between being like a junior senator and a senior senator or whatever. You get that health care and that pension and shit for life. You see what I'm saying? So you could go from like AOC, right? This is also the beauty of America, right? Like, she was a nobody waiting tables with student loan debt, and now she's a fucking congresswoman or a senator or some shit. That's amazing. But the problem is if she stays in Congress or Senate, wherever she is, I can't remember. If she stays there long enough, 12, 15, 20 years, she's not going to be the same broke chick she was with all the same motivations when she got there. She's going to be institutionalized, and it's going to be more about putting her in a position to run for president instead of doing what's best for the country.
Let's be real. That any of us in that situation, you had a job for 20 years, I don't know, and you got all this money, you start thinking about, okay, well, now I'm getting worried about retirement. So I'm not going to rock the boat. I'm just going to try to collect my pension and be done, right? Right.
And the institutions are so galvanized in their spots that it's literally a system built to prevent sweeping radical change, which is also both good and bad. That's why we can't get anything done. But there's a reason we don't want to get anything done. America is a battleship. Like, we make slow, methodical movements. And that, I believe, is probably a direct result of the Civil War, because we realized we cannot have that much, because there was so much controversy back then, because we were still adopting new states. There was new laws being passed that were never considered when they wrote the Constitution. They were arguing about the definition of the Constitution back then.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It says all men are created equal. That means all men. And they were like, no, it means all white men. And they were like, what? No, it doesn't. This is ridiculous for us to go, of course they meant all men. But back then, it wasn't this clear, and the country went
to some people,
war over it. And they didn't go to war over slavery, by the way. That is a misnomer. They went to war because for several elections leading up to the Civil War, the issues of the several parties at the time were trying to decide whether new states that joined the Union should be allowed slavery or not, and then whether it should be up to, and there was a third version where it's just like leave it up to them and let them vote. And basically the argument was super complicated because they were like, no, because then is what's going to happen. And it was an argument of economics, not ethics.
Right.
Because they were like, no, because what's going to happen is you're going to have poor white people trying to move to Kansas, and they're not going to be able to afford a slave. And I've heard this argument before, and black people and some white people laugh at this argument. They're like, oh, you're descendants of slaves. And they're like, dude, do you realize how expensive slaves were? And they laugh at him. They're like, you're so stupid. And it's like, no, he's right. Like, this was part of the Civil War, is they were like, we can't allow slavery in Kansas at all. We can't leave it up to the people, because then is what's going to happen is the poor white people who can't afford slaves aren't going to be able to have a fair shot in Kansas. Is what's going to happen is all the rich slave-owning white people are going to move to Kansas, claim all the land, and basically we're going to have an imperialistic group of despots who own everything, and you're going to have select groups of rich white slave-owning Americans that own the whole country.
You look at who was...
it was about money. It wasn't about slavery.
Exactly. Look who was currently always getting elected. Rich Southerners.
But do you see what I'm saying, though? Isn't it ironic, though, that they were arguing against slavery in these new states, not to protect the black people who were the slaves. It was to protect other poor white people so they could have a fair shot. That's insane. Like Lincoln and the president before him guaranteed that the southern states would get to keep their slaves. The dispute was the new states. Would they be free states or would they be slave states? And then some of them wanted what was called it to be a populous state, which would leave it up to the people as they were ratifying their new state constitution. I'm telling you, man, it was a way more tumultuous time than we're going through right now. People that are freaked out and think it's the end of the world, this ain't shit. Like, literally, the country actually came to an end, and we're the only country in world history that unified after their Civil War. Like, one of our sides definitively won and took control of the country. Every other country came to a ceasefire and split. This is insane. This is an astonishing feat that we did there. And it all came down to these nuanced, different versions of these arguments. It's not, I don't know, man.
How much does all that change if we get rid of the Electoral College, though?
I still think we need to keep the Electoral College, though, because for the same reason it was put in place in the first place, because the Electoral College is to protect against the simple majority, which is not 51% of the nation. Like I said, in this election, there's 73 million people that voted so far for Biden and 70 million that voted for Trump, right? The Electoral College is to balance that out so you don't have 70 million people from one state dictating the president for the whole country. Mm-hmm. It's not about equality. It's about equity. It's about weighing, because the power in the small states, like Kevin brought up Wyoming the other night, they have 3.7 voting power per one. It's basically like there's 3.7 Wyomingans in one vote for every one Californian vote. And it's like, yeah, on purpose.
I've seen that try to be equated to racism based on demographics, and
there was a time when Texas had the exact same amount of votes as electoral votes as Minnesota.
But you can see how the games now that people will play, though, because then they'll say, well, there's more white people in this country or in this state, so their votes are more valuable than the minorities in this state, and that's purposely lying and twisting, because the minorities in that state that has the 3.5, they count as 3.5 too. So right. It's not racist. It's not
literally the reason it's built that way is because so like Wyoming, for example, they have 2 senators because every state has 2, but then they have the minimum of 1 electoral vote. So they have 3 total. The reason it's okay that they have 3, even though mathematically they should only have 1, is because in any other debate in Congress or Senate, they're one measly little state that they have no say. So like if the 2 senators from fucking if the 2 senators say they're the only ones that say no to a bill and it passes with sweeping legislation, they're voiceless, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is, okay, you give them more of a say then in the presidential vote, because the position of the president in the executive branch, he has the power to veto something that has passed through that same Congress that Wyoming is voiceless in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about balancing of powers
Right.
and building equity in the system.
We
It's
have
not
a union.
about
We have a
majority
union.
Right.
We have
Exactly.
50 states. And then could you imagine how do you keep 50 states together if most of them feel like they never get a say in anything?
Well, and exactly, and that's the point, is the Electoral College is you don't vote for the president. Our state votes for the president. Minnesota is a country. This is why we don't go to the popular vote, is because we're trying to say, no, Minnesota is a Biden supporter. Even though the majority of Minnesotans, actually they did. That's why we're a Biden supporting state. But it's not about tallying up the totals and the majorities from the country. It's literally not the point, because when you start going down that road, oh, fuck, man. Like, because you don't want...
You would honestly see new unions forming. I think you get rid of the Electoral College. It might not be right away, but you would see certain states trying to secede, right?
Immediately.
Yeah. Or, and you would even see states fracture.
I don't know about immediately, but I do agree with this.
I think you would see states fracture.
Well, yeah, because you already see North California wants to secede from California.
Yeah,
they want to be the 51st state.
I could see California breaking out.
It's already on the thing, it got proposed as a bill. It got shot down overwhelmingly because California is like, we can't lose half our state. That's where all the real money is. You think the money's down in Hollywood? It's not. It's up in farm country.
What's crazy is, if New York and California would decide most of everything if we went this route. But look at how they run their states.
Exactly.
I mean, and New York is going to be in trouble. I mean, I think, as far as I'm concerned, New York's already in trouble.
Right, because that's the point, is Wyoming doesn't have an equal voice in Congress or Senate because they have 2 senators. Or I'm sorry, they don't have an equal voice in Congress because they have such a small population, because your congressmen and women are decided on your population. But they have an equal voice in the Senate. Right, so they have an equal voice in the Senate. They have an unequal voice in Congress. So they have an over-equal voice in the presidential race. And that's why we have the whole system set up that way. So basically, it's like, okay, everybody has 1 point in the Senate, but in Congress, states like Wyoming only have 0.5 points. But other states like California, with all their Congress people, right, they have fucking 12 points. So when it turns around and it comes to the presidential election, that's why California they're back down at 1 point, but all of a sudden Wyoming has 3.7 points to get back to that original ratio I mentioned. That's why. It's because it's the only way they can have representation in a different position that can check the lack of balance they have in the other branch, because we have 3 branches set up to check each other.
It's another protection of the minority.
Correct. To protect against the simple majority, which is not 51%. It's 30%. So you don't want 30% of the country being able to just completely overrule everyone because they're constantly on the same page, i.e. New York City and LA.
The founding principles of this country were to protect the minority. This is why our rights are based on individual rights and not collective rights.
Correct.
So because that's
a great point, dude.
The smallest minority is you. We're 1 person in this country, and this is why your individual rights matter. If we put groups of people over an individual, that's when we start getting into some serious trouble. And all these people that want to talk about majority stuff, they don't realize that that's the problem. That's the problem in the first place. Yep. If you look at the racism and in this country, majority. If you have a majority of white people, how do you think everything's going to turn out as far as development and everything's going to be geared towards white people and their cultures.
Right, exactly.
Right? That's the majority.
Right.
But then these people are sitting here complaining about that, the majority oppressing the minority. But yet every single rule they want to make creates more of that. Right. The oppression of the minority.
Well, and again, and that's exactly the point, is you don't want the simple majority
Correct.
to be able to vote. Because again, we're not talking, when we say New York and California, I think we're on the same page. We're not even talking about the states. I'm talking about those two cities. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about LA, 30 million people, and New York City, 30 million people. That's 60 million people. Meaning, if they both just unified, and I know this seems insane, but it's not. Like, this is why this is done. Number one, you have the ability to just get those two cities that can dictate the president every election, right? Because think about it. There's 73 million. I just showed it. 73 million voted for Biden. There's 400 million people in the country. That's not a majority. That's not even a quarter of the country. Not even 25% of the country. And I'm not saying this to patronize you. I'm just making sure that the listeners also understand this as I'm saying this. Not even 25% of the country supports either one of these fucks. Okay? You combine both of them together and it's still not even half. My point is, this is not exclusive to Biden and Trump. I've been saying this for years. This goes back to Obama. It goes back to Bush Clinton. It goes back to Reagan. It goes as far back as you want. That is not the majority. So we have this set up to protect the individual, but we also want to make sure that we don't have a simple majority.
Looking for that bat?
Dude, something just...
Wouldn't there be some shit if it was crawling on you?
They do crawl sometimes, but it could have also been Peanut searching for a mouse. But I don't want her down here if there's a bat down here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the point is that with the Electoral College, it also prevents from you being able to basically just buy and round up votes. Because when every person's vote is equal like that, and one person, one vote, one whatever, all of that shit, it makes it really easy for you to go in and just buy up all the votes in the cities and ignore all the rural areas.
Yep.
But when you have to pay equal attention to the rural areas because the votes are weighted like that, it's not set up to give everyone an equal vote. It's set up to mitigate, not prevent, but to mitigate fraud, corruption, and just pure exploitation of a simple democracy. Because I was talking about this with Kevin last night. The reason we didn't go with a pure democracy or a simple democracy, and for people that are confused, that means everything goes to a vote. So a pure popular vote, like everything does. There's almost not even a need for a lot of officials because everything basically goes to a referendum. Any version of representation beyond everything goes to a referendum gets farther from a pure democracy and goes closer to a representative democracy. And the farther you go, you get into what's called a representative republic, which is what the Romans did. We picked a senator from our area, and then our senator just went and decided everything. There were no consulting us. There was no back and forth. It was just, we think this is the smartest person in our town, in our hill, in our area. We're going to send him to the Senate, and he represents us, and he's going to make the decisions for us. A lot of people back then couldn't read and write. You know, you had to put that kind of trust in your leaders. Too easily corruptible of a system. The pure democracy,
disaster.
It's the biggest disaster because, no offense, people are stupid. People do not understand the nuances of every issue. So we figured out a way to blend, and you also have the simple majority just ends up making all the decisions. So all the white people. In this country, that's what would happen, is all the white people would make every decision. It's a disaster, okay? Like, you don't want
and
that.
Not just based off color. I mean, not because of color, but...
Right, like, because black people only make up 13% of the population. And anybody that understands black culture understands it's both American culture and its own thing, blended. And now, the longer we get down this road, the more and more regular American culture becomes like what black culture is. Like their culture is getting almost diluted by American culture, and our culture is being enriched by black culture. Like all of our good music, all of it. Like go down, think about it: blues, jazz, rock, R&B, hip hop. I think even disco is like all of the pop, all the music of America is invented by black people in the black culture. So, the blending of those two cultures, you'll notice that they're both the same, but a little bit different. And if you have all the white people in the country making sweeping federal legislation, they don't understand the nuance of not only being black, but being black in Minnesota versus being black in Louisiana versus black in Kansas versus black in California versus black in New York. And same thing, like remove race from it. The fuck do you know about what it's like to live in suburban Minnesota?
Exactly.
Versus, you know what I mean, downtown LA versus backwoods Texas. You don't. And we've seen this. We've seen this happen in Canada where they polled like 35, because that's how they make decisions. They do small polls, right? That's why people like us make these arguments to localize government on the smallest of levels. Because the way they figure out how to do this shit is they talk to a small group of people. So in Canada, they polled 3,500 people in a major city on whether they think you should be allowed to kill brown bears. And of course, they're a bunch of liberals because they live in the city, not criticizing liberals, but it's obvious that they'd be liberals, not hunters, not even gun owners, have no idea what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to the wilderness. And they go, no, that seems terrible. Don't kill bears. Well, now you have most of Canada lives in rural areas and a huge fucking brown bear population, and people are being terrorized by brown bears because it's federally illegal for them to kill them now. And it's like, dude, 3,500 people made the decision for the whole country. This is why we want to limit the power of the presidency, right? This is why we don't like the idea of the federal government making decisions for everyone. This is also why we don't just go to the popular vote, because then you have less people having a say in, and it seems counterintuitive. Like the way they break down the people that make arguments against the Electoral College are really fucking good at it, because they only attack the numbers and they just pump this idea that your vote counts less because people in Wyoming are worth more. It's not.
It's the emotional argument. They're trying to appeal to that dumb part of your mind that just wants to run off of emotions.
They do a great job.
It's easy it's the easiest way to manipulate people. But the thing is they would be totally against if it was worked in their favor. If any time that was going to work in their favor, it'd be the greatest thing in the world. The minute it doesn't, then it's the worst thing in the world. It's so disingenuous. That's the biggest problem that I have with all of this stuff and this dishonesty.
Yeah.
You know, to for instance, like we talked about this last podcast, but just the whole racism of Trump narrative, but yet Biden's on record saying all kinds of crazy things. But that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what he said.
Oh, are you talking about Biden's racial jungle comments back in the 80s?
Yeah, I mean,
90s? Yeah, he's a piece of shit, man. But that's why I said that's the one thing I think is cool about him being elected. And neither one of us voted for him. We both voted for George Jorgensen. But the one thing I think that is cool about him being in office is now we can just all agree he's a piece of shit. Like, there was too many people that loved Trump. Just the idea of whether the president is a problem, whether his policies are a problem, was a divisive issue. Now we can all just simply agree Joe Biden's a piece of shit, his policies and his platforms are a problem, and we need to seriously look at the system. Like, it just gets rid of distractions.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing that I'm really hoping, and not, I mean, it sounds terrible, but I just want things to get so absurd that we have to look at things. Because it's only going to go downhill from here. The sooner we can realize and come to some kind of conclusion, maybe we can turn this ship around. I don't know if it's possible, though.
You know somebody named Jayburn?
No. I told people to talk shit, so maybe there might be some...
well, somebody's putting straight up hate speech in the chat.
Oh, really?
Dropping hard N-bombs in this motherfucker. Over and over and over again, spamming these. Here, I'll bring it on this other screen.
Yeah, let me see this.
What I'm talking about. straight up hate speech. I don't know who you are, Jay Byrne, but it's not cool, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I just reported one, so it like spammed a few of them and got rid of them.
Yeah, that's a whole shit ton. Who would be doing that?
I don't know, somebody named Jay Byrne, but you're not on the team, man. It's not cool, man. And I'm not saying that to be virtue signaling. I'm saying that's like genuinely fucked up. Like, he knows one of us. It's somebody that thinks they're funny, but like,
yeah, and I don't even understand all this. Just typing in just random letters too.
Like, they're all just different versions of him trying to say basically the same thing. Like,
yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. Sorry, guys, if you're reading this stuff in the chat. I apologize. I don't know who that person is. That person clearly knows one of us because they're trying to get our attention. Hey, fucker, yo, nigga. I can say that when I live in the hood.
Who did you vote for?
Yeah,
that's the only thing that makes any sense in there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to the podcast, dude, like, we don't check in on the comments unless one of us takes a piss break. We might look at the comments and answer some questions. So, but I'm not going to apologize for that because that's well established in the thing here. If you're new, that's kind of how it works. But I also don't feel good about apologizing to somebody who's dropping a bunch of fucking hard N-bombs in the comments here either. Like, yeah, this shit bugs the fuck out of me, dude. I'll let those slide. I'll let the rest of them slide.
And that's a shame too, because this could be such a good, cool, fun thing to interact with.
Right.
And people gotta try to ruin it.
I know, right? Like, what the fuck's going on, dude? But yeah, so basically in closing, neither one of us think it's a good idea to get rid of the Electoral College, and we listed, I'd say, dozens of reasons why, dozens of examples, and for me, it's always about go look at the societies that we based our country on, and why we didn't do it exactly the way they did it. Like, we blended the British government with the Greek government with the Roman government in all these different systems: a republic, a democracy, and a parliament. Right? And we blended them all in a new way that had never been done before. And I think people are expecting perfection. They're expecting everything to be right. And it's this whole thing is a first-time experiment. And they go, well, no one else is doing it like this. It's yeah, but their shit works worse. That's why we all left there and came here. That's why we're still the most immigrated to country on the planet. It's still better here than everywhere else. And we still are the ones now, based on the birth of this country till now, we are still the most progressive country in the world when it comes to individual civil liberties. Because some people would say, well, healthcare, gay rights in other countries. I get that. We do tend to move regressive on certain things, but we're the only country in the world that has bona fide free speech, bona fide gun rights, and bona fide freedom of religion. Every other country alienates at least one of those three things I just mentioned. You either don't have free speech or you don't have guns, or either of those two, but you do have freedom of religion.
You usually lose both of those.
Yeah.
The First and Second Amendment don't exist in a lot of countries.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And there's a lot of countries you can own guns in, but you
still have no freedom of speech.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? Yeah. So basically is what I'm getting at with this is the idea of going backwards to these old systems, socialism or communism or pure democracy, or some people are let's get rid of the president and go to just a straight up republic. It's assholes, we tried that. We tried that. It didn't work either. That's called the 13 colonies. You know what I mean? We also had the Articles of the Confederacy, which were it was a 20-year period after we won our independence and before we actually elected Washington. We did that. That didn't work.
It all comes down to what people are expecting the government to do. And as we get more comfortable with our lives and we have more time to think about things other than gathering food and making a living, we spend our time trying to attain other things like the healthcare situation. But that's the problem. Then we want to grow government. And a lot of people don't want government to be in control of healthcare because government doesn't do anything right. I mean, I'm against it just because of the way it would have to be funded by, taking more money from people's incomes. And yeah, I know people will try to make the argument that, well, overall you may make more money because you're spending less on your health care. And that might be true for some people, right? But not everybody.
I blocked him.
Oh, did you? That was probably the best way to go.
What I did is I hid him from this chat. Maybe I should undo it because there was another option where it said I can put him in a timeout. I'm not joking. Well, sorry, buddy. You're being a dick.
Yeah.
He called me. I'm not even going to repeat it. I don't know if he's talking to me or you, but I don't like it. Because here's the thing: is you and I talk about this too. Like, this is we're going to shift topics real hard here, but this guy reminded me of it. So the whole like Antifa punch Nazis, right? You know what cracks me up about that? It's the same motherfuckers that do this kind of shit. Like, really? Punch Nazis, huh? Okay. Go do it.
Yeah.
Because the only motherfuckers I've heard running around punching Nazis, saying punch Nazis, they ain't motherfuckers that even know how to throw a punch, let alone been in a bunch of fights, let alone have experience, let alone are the people who should be doing anything to Nazis, right? Like, you're intellectuals, you're smart fucking people, you're good people. I know you, but not one of you motherfuckers is capable of what you're talking about. So stop. And it's the same motherfuckers as people like this saying some I ain't even repeating the shit that he just typed after we mentioned him. I ain't even repeating it. I don't know. Somebody commented in between, like somebody said, somebody with the tag Anbree13.
Brian.
Shout out to her. She goes, hi Jayburn. Do you need a tampon, bro?
That's one of my old vocalists from my very first band. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Brian Nelson. Shout out.
That's fucking great. Shout out to Brian Nelson. So he kind of seen the whole shit show too. Somebody did out there. Appreciate you. But it's the same. Like, motherfucker, you would never say that shit to my face. Like, face to face, I know for a fact what you just put in that chat during this live video, you would never say that shit to my face. Because goddamn well, you say that shit to my face, I'm going to fuck you up. And I don't care how big you are.
I think some of those things
I don't know who
is even possible
is.
To actually vocalize. Some of it's just gibberish.
Dude. I'm just saying, Jayburn, I don't know who you are. I don't know how big you are. I do not give a fuck. You say that shit to my face.
Something's going on still, though.
You up. Oh, he switched. Oh, all he did, he switched profiles. He's like, oh, I will kick your ass. No, you won't, dude. You ain't doing shit. Like, you guys are so fucking. Here's the thing: is like, here's why you ain't doing shit, because you're saying you're gonna do shit. Right? Like, the guys that are actually going to do shit, they ain't putting nothing in the chat. They ain't putting a goddamn word in the comment. Yeah. They're going to fucking go out of their way to stalk me, find me, and do something.
This dude
ain't doing shit.
He can't even formulate a sentence or an argument. He's just talking shit. And to be honest with you, I did post something about, hey, let's talk shit.
Yeah, we can talk some shit.
Yeah.
But hate speech is a whole different level, dude. Like, yeah, he's calling me a faggot. Like, I'm being called a nigger. Like... dude, fuck you, man. I don't know who you are, dude. Like, that's the thing, dude, is you can say whatever you want. Here's the biggest insult. I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
I don't know you. Like, you say whatever you want, dude. Call me a pussy. Tell me you'll kick my ass. You're not going to do any of those things, first of all.
Yeah.
Like, you're not doing anything about this. And second of all, I don't fucking know who you are, bro. You're nobody. You ain't shit, dude. Like, so fuck off. Like, this would really bother me if that was like Jeremy Blake, right? Or if it was you, right? Somebody I know.
Yeah.
Like, dude, fuck, it bother me, right? It's what I'm trying to say, bro, is you can't even get to me, bro, because I don't know you. Like, you ain't shit. Who are you? Put your real name in the chat. Let's see how big a balls you got. Put your full fucking name in the chat, and let's fucking talk. You wanna be a big boy? You wanna be a big fucking boy? Put your name in the chat, your full first and last name, and then let's fucking rumble. Because if you got the balls to put your name in the chat, I'll fucking put my address in the chat. We can film this shit and put this on fucking Instagram. I'm calling you out right now. You ain't gonna do it because you're a cunt, and that's what cunts do. You try to fucking. You've made this whole thing about you. You sidetracked this beautiful fucking podcast, and this is why we don't do the live chat. This is why we don't do this. I will fucking boy. Oh, I'll come and kick your boy. I will molest you. Like, this is not even a debate, bro. Like, this is not even a thing that is up as an option. Like, I will fuck your whole world
Jared's
up.
losing his
Put
shit.
your whole fucking name in the chat, And then I'll put my address in the chat. Jamal, film it, and we'll put the whole fucking thing on Instagram, and I'll humiliate you in front of the world. But you ain't gonna do shit. So shut the fuck up. For real, man. You see what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah.
Like there, I put it all on the table, but you ain't going to do nothing.
Hey, but you know what?
You ain't going to do nothing.
This is a sign that your podcast is growing, though, right?
Oh, fuck, man. I don't give a fuck.
The shit's going to come with that, I suppose, you know? Somebody stumbled upon it.
He said, where the fuck you live? Yeah. Put your full name. I'll put my address in the chat, bro. Danny Jones? Nobody knows who you are. Danny Jones. That's not a real fucking name. Go fuck yourself. I live in North Minneapolis, bro. 33rd and Emerson. Come on over. I fucking dare you. You ain't doing shit.
This is great. I should start a podcast.
Best podcast we've done yet.
Just doing this shit.
Best podcast we've done yet.
Picking fights.
The best part of this whole thing is I didn't even realize the camera was on you the whole time.
Oh, really?
They didn't see any of me ranting. They just heard me. Man, fuck this guy.
With my face just smiling and laughing.
I'll fuck this dude up. I don't give a fuck. You tell me what level you want to fight on, man. You want to fight on an intellectual level with words? I got you. I'll fuck you up. You want to try to talk some shit? I'll make you cry, bro. Like, you don't want to talk shit to me. You don't want to get the verbal spat because I'm better at talking shit than you. And if you want to have a fist fight, we can do that too. Just don't bring any weapons because I guarantee you I'm more heavily armed and I'm in the hood. And you don't want to go to that level. It'll be way worse than that scene from Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood when they like escalate with the weapons. Dude opens the fucking the post office truck. He's got the missile launcher. Yeah, it'll be like that, but real. Like, don't show up. I advise you highly because you'll lose the fight and you may not make it out of the neighborhood alive. People love me here. This is my.
So how long do you think to get back on the Biden thing? How long do you think before he opens up the economy again? This band's got to get back out there.
It will not be next summer. It'll be the summer after that.
It seems like a different lifetime ago already, doesn't it?
Yep. We got to adapt, dude. I'm telling you, we got to team up. We got to bring the old scene back together, all the old dudes that like we all got gear, but we're not really doing shit. You know, some of us that did have kids, they're a little older now. You know what I mean? Fucking everyone's losing. We got to team up. We got to find a spot. We got to get the cameras together. We got to find the right amount of mics, the right amount, the right size board. And we got to start live streaming concerts, dude.
Man, if shows don't get back going, I would say almost instantly. We can't wait till next summer to start doing shows again.
It'll be the summer after that.
I see Rockfest has already got,
that
their thing
get
going
shut
on.
down now. That would have happened under Trump. It'll get shut down under Biden. Because one thing I don't think a lot of people understand is the will and the power of the president now. They have their ability to put pressure on states, and what they do is they threaten them with federal funding. So if you don't comply, we're going to work you out of the budget next year, and then you don't get this big chunk of federal cash to do shit, and that makes you look bad because now you can't do all the shit you promised, which means you get voted out. Because again, it's not about ethics. It's about their egos. It's about securing their position. And that's not the government doing that. That's the people in power that are doing that. So I think with Biden in office, especially with Kamala Harris, their level of audacity for violating the will of the people and states' rights and ethics for optics, for numbers, they're going to be more it's like the Tim Walz thing all over again. They're going to be more concerned about the COVID death numbers. So when he goes to re-election, he's going to be able to say, look, we minimized the deaths from COVID by doing all of these measures. If we wouldn't have done these measures, the deaths, this is what the numbers say, guys, the model. It's not emotional. These are facts. This many people would have died. It's like, yeah, but how about you take the COVID that did die and combine them with all the suicides, combine them with the starvations, combine them with the homelessness, combine them with the economic loss, the bankruptcies, and we measure that metric and then decide if it was fucking worth it. But they won't. You see what I'm saying? Nope. Dude, I'm all jacked up now. I'm all fucking riled up, man.
Yeah, I was trying to keep chill before. I've been feeling feisty all week, and I was like, I'm trying to save it just for
It's the caffeine.
Yeah.
I'm on like my third Mountain Dew.
I haven't called anybody a pussy, and I really wanted to.
I'll do it. All the Trump supporters, you're all being fucking pussies. Here's the thing. Your guy lost, and I know your guy lost because the night of the election, I listened to a high-level intellectual who was unemotional and predicted, based on laws and logistics and how they count votes, how every fucking one of those states was going to go. And the only thing he needed was the first domino to fall. He said, I need to know whether he wins Texas or Florida or both, and then that'll change the map. But no matter how I look at this, he has to win Pennsylvania. Once he won Florida, he flipped to a different page and he went, this is how it's going to go now in every state. He knew, and he's been 100% right. He has not been wrong once on what states were going to go which way and how, like even the timing. He was the first guy that was out there reporting. He goes, here's the thing is Trump looks great in Pennsylvania, but Trump's losing Pennsylvania. He needed a bigger number right now. Rogan says, why? And he goes, well, because there's 2 to 3 million mail-in ballots that are going to be for Biden, overwhelming for Biden, because Biden's campaign encouraged him to vote by mail. And Pennsylvania's law says they can't even touch those ballots until a certain time.
Yep.
So
count them last, I believe. Yep.
Not only last, but there was so like other states could count them as soon as they were done with the day of.
Which is what created that, we're turning Texas into a blue state. Because I saw so many people posting that.
Because they counted the mail-ins first. They counted the mail-ins first.
Yep.
Right? And then certain states, like specifically Pennsylvania, wasn't just like you got to do the day of first and then the mail-ins. They were like, you can't even touch the mail-ins until a certain time. So there was this huge dead period where they weren't even tallying Biden votes via mail-in. So this guy predicted that state. He talked about all that shit. And like throughout the day yesterday, other legitimate news sources, Fox, CNN, NBC, all of them, even BBC, started picking up the same information that this dude. So wherever this dude was getting his info from,
I mean,
like, either they started hitting him up or he was just first to the trough. He got the good data first. And here's the point, man, is like, this is why I know it's not rigged. This is why I know you're all being pussies, is because you're fucking crying. You're saying it's rigged. You're saying how much of a scam it is and blah, blah. No, it's not. Y'all fucking lost because you ran a bad fucking candidacy. You ran a bad campaign this year. You did. I'm sorry. You did. You basically did the same thing that Biden did or Hillary did. All you did was attack Joe Biden. Like, you didn't really build a campaign on give me 4 more years so I can finish what I started. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I partly agree. I mean, I basically look at how, like, for instance, on my Facebook or my social media feed, I can see how people are kind of reacting. And when it comes to Trump people, I do see a lot more reasonable Trump people on there saying, "Hey, I will still be your friend if my candidate doesn't win." I actually see more of that from them than I do from the other side. I just don't think it's going to be civil regardless of how it works out. And there will always be crybabies during all elections. But I also do believe there's some fraud. But there always is fraud. And that's, what are you going to do? You got to prove it.
right.
If you can't prove it, then fuck, what are you going to do?
Right.
I don't know. I would love to see.
Well, and here's the thing is Biden was a shitty candidate as well.
Oh, yeah. They weren't even pretending he was a good one.
And they didn't necessarily run a very good campaign either. They basically, and that's why I thought Trump was going to win, because I'm like, the DNC, you're fucking morons, because Biden's doing the same stupid thing that Hillary did, and all they did was attack Trump. Because I still don't really know what Biden is actually going to do per his campaign. He mentioned like the Green New Deal, but it's like, dude, that's not even your deal. That's someone else's thing. That's AOC's like legacy. You know what I mean? She's like trying to be the new Teddy Roosevelt or FDR. Sorry, like. This Green New Deal's not even your fucking idea, bro. So, like, what are you going to do? I'm surprised he's going to win. I'm shocked. I was 100% certain.
Yeah, if
Trump
I had to bet, I would not have bet that he was going to win.
Correct. I was willing to bet with 100% certainty that it was locked, especially after he picked Kamala, because nobody likes Kamala and nobody likes Joe. Nobody likes either one of her. I heard it's Kamala.
Yeah, probably.
I don't give a fuck. It's Kamala, bitch. Kamala Harris sounds better. I say your name the way it sounds best. That's why I call you Jamal Carlson.
Jamal.
I just totally lost my train of thought as soon as my headphones fell out.
Get reconnected.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This election has gone exactly to my worst fear, which is, here's what I said on the podcast multiple times. I do not fucking care which one of these assholes win. I'm voting for Joe Jorgensen. Whoever wins, I just want him to win in a landslide so it's not close. Because I said if Trump wins and it's close, the left is going to lose their fucking mind. And I'm talking the rioters, the looters are going to lose their fucking mind. If Biden wins and it's close and Trump challenges the election, which is what it looks like it's going to be, the left is going to lose their fucking mind, especially if he decides not to leave the White House. Like, what if he challenges it and loses? And he's like, nope, we're challenging it again. And they're like, you can't. And he's like, too bad, I'm not leaving.
I almost
you see
feel
what I'm
like
saying? Like, it gets terrifying really quick.
I feel like almost he's painted himself into a corner where he has to contest.
He has
if
to.
He
It's part of his MO. If he doesn't, he'll walk away a loser.
And
he's built his reputation on never accepting defeat. Like, it's almost per his personality, he has to be physically removed from the White House.
But see, I don't think it'll go that. I don't think it'll go that far. Like a lot of people think that that's the case. Oh, he's gonna, be a dictator. Yeah, I don't see that. Got some more chats in there.
Yeah, he's being a lunatic, really. Yeah, you still haven't put your name in chat, dude. Like, your name's not Danny Jones. You claim I live in South Minneapolis. Are you in South Minneapolis right now?
No.
I should ask if any of my guests have ever come to my house in South Minneapolis. I didn't know I had a house in South Minneapolis. Nope. Man, fuck, dude. I thought I was like a normal dude. Apparently, I own 2 houses, and one is in the rich part of Minneapolis. Let's see what else this moron is saying. No, you idiot. My name's Jared Singer. It's literally my name is on the fucking podcast, you idiot. Stop trying to figure out who my family is, which you're wrong, by the way. You can't even put your investigative skills to work properly. My name is Jared Singer. I live in North Minneapolis. You're watching my podcast, and you still haven't put your name in chat. So stop trying to figure out anything about me, because clearly your detective skills are like remedial 4th grade level. Like, not even regular 4th grade. You're like remedial 4th grade, which means you're like should be in 6th grade, but you're still in 4th grade. You've been held back a couple years.
Is he just putting some of those look like just a couple letters?
He's trying to track down like people in my family and trying to like say that that's me. And it's like, no, dude, those are random members, and they're all heavily armed. So don't try to get cocky, dude. Like, we're a gun-owning family. Every single person in my family is not only armed, but they now have conceal and carry permits too. So here's the thing, dude. You want to like play games, bro? I got one thing: like, run up, get done up, dude. So be careful. Be very, very careful.
I love.
Be very careful.
That's the trollish side of me too. Is like. Because a lot of people know me for my online debates and everything like that. And that can go one of 2 ways. It can go 100% intellectual, and then it can go to total shit talk. And I always usually let the other people really kind of dictate where that goes.
And he's blocked. You know why? He fucked up.
What did he do?
You mentioned my wife's name.
Oh, shit.
Like, say what you want about me.
So you kind of figured it out. Well, it's not like it's
say
still...
what you want. I mean,
yeah.
I've said my wife's name. It's not a secret. My wife's name is Kate, yes. It's not a secret. I've said it on the podcast 100 times. Here's the thing. Like, you can say whatever you want about me. You can even say whatever you want about my family. But you bring my wife into it, and I will come fucking find you. And your coward ass still hasn't put your fucking name in chat. So just be very careful the lines that you decide to cross, because you mentioned my wife's name, dude. And now we're playing a different game.
Yeah,
we're playing a different game.
I guess I would look at this as like this was naturally gonna happen at some point in time as your podcast grows, right?
See, and this is why people like Rogan don't do live chat. This is why real podcasters don't do live chat. This is why I don't really do live chat. I just happen to look over and see a bunch of shit in chat, which usually there's like 4 or 5 comments. They're random or cool, like, hey, yo, what up, whatever. There's nothing wrong with them, but they're usually not like extraordinarily engaging. And I've been saying, hey, if you guys are going to be watching this live, clearly you're doing it. Throw some actual questions in there, and I might be able to get to them if it works. Instead, I got that. America, fuck yeah, freedom. Dude, and you know what? This is why I'm for censoring.
Not government censorship, though. That's the difference, right?
Right? It's hilarious.
So we're gonna
I think he's back with the new profile. He's creating profiles as fast as I can block
Are
them.
we gonna be wearing, like, for instance, like,
And they're all fake names. This one's name is Jim Gray. The last one was Jay Byrne, and there was another one in between that. So I think we're dancing around closer to his real name. So Jim Gray.
So I don't know how long it takes to create a new profile. You just think this guy's
I think
already
he's got more
some.
than one. Yeah. He's a troll. I got another troll.
Yeah.
I got another troll. I got another troll. See, you're not even the first troll, bro. That's what's great. That's the best part about this is you're such a follower. You ain't even my first troll, bro. You ain't even original on the troll. Like, I already had a troll before you. You're the second troll. You're the second follower. You're the second dancer. You're pathetic, dude.
Well, and it's somebody that hasn't gotten, like, other than naming your wife. It's only because he just figured that out now, though. So it wasn't like any of this was personal to begin with.
Right.
Just bullshit.
Right. Oh, you're so scared. Oh. Yeah, the whole thing's hilarious. I love it. I'm actually really enjoying it.
I think it's great.
This is just the perfect time for this conversation to happen. Had to happen 2 days after the election. And it's the classic thing. Like, I love people like this because they're so classic. Whatever they hate, I apparently support. So he accused me of being a Biden supporter. He's like, oh, so you're a Biden supporter, huh? And it's like, clearly also your listening skills are grossly subpar. Right?
It's probably some Russian bot, right?
Oh, it's so fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, no, I always get accused of absolutely everything that I'm against. Because people only can think in those two dimensions, right? You're either this or that. That's it. They don't understand there's there's actually nuance in this world. Yeah. There's actually other points of view. Just block them again.
Yeah.
So the mask wearing is going to go on forever, probably now, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be pretty rough. I think it's going to be a dark winter. And I think we're going to go into like a artistic dark age. I really do. I think the amount of bands that are going to break up, I think studios have been holding on. And now that Biden's in control, I don't think he's going to open things up as fast. So studios are, I think a lot of movie studios, production companies, a lot of people in the arts are going to lose it. But then we're also going to see a renaissance at the same time. So the people that do decide to do it.
Oh yeah, something will always come out of it.
You're going to see a lot of bad, shitty content, but you're going to see some really brilliant innovation because there's going to be a vacuum and there's going to be possibilities and potentials that weren't available to us a year ago. And not just because guys like Rogan are moving to Spotify, right? So there's the YouTube vacuum that everyone's talking about. But not that, but the million other YouTubers who gave up because their channels were entirely based on the idea that they were making Marvel movies. Which they're going to stop doing if they don't bounce back soon, or there's just less of them. So there's less people willing to do them, which again, the cream rises to the top. This is like a very libertarian way of looking at it, survival of the fittest. And that's what I'm getting at is like you're not going to have the reliability of good content. You're going to have new, inventive, great content that you didn't even imagine was going to be a thing. You're going to see a lot of the really good but not great innovators just stop because there's not enough market share for them. There's not enough money to be made, which is part of the reason I'm pivoting to this and doing shit online is because we're going to need this as a crutch. Not a Band-Aid, but a crutch for the next couple of years until we figure this out. Because here's my thing is we're going to get corona fatigue. Like eventually enough people are going to be affected by this monetarily or comfort-wise that whether it's a senator or a billionaire or just enough poor people, they're going to be like, all right, enough's enough. And it's just going to, we're just going to, and here's the thing. I don't think they'll ever open it back up or develop a cure. Because let me ask you this. This whole idea that it shifted from we're going to flatten the curve to we got to slow it down to build PPE to we've got to keep it around till we get a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we so arrogant that we're even going to make a vaccine when, riddle me this, if the coronavirus is a family and the common cold is a coronavirus and we can't cure the common cold, why are we convinced we can cure this? I don't think we can.
Definitely out of my wheelhouse.
I think it's the carrot in front of our face to keep us complacent for now. And I think is what's going to happen is they're just going to go, fuck it. And they're not even going to open things back up. They're just going to stop talking about it. They're just going to shift the narrative and slowly let each state just, yep, bars are back open. Month later, venues are back open. And all of a sudden, a year after everything's open, people are going to just be like, man, you remember a couple years ago when coronavirus was terrible? Man, that sucked. And everyone's just going to be like, just glad to be out of it, man. Don't look back. Don't ask questions. Just move on. Just move on.
He's back.
I mean, here's the thing, dude, is like you're actually making the podcast better, and all I have to do is this.
I'm mad because I'm not actually going to be able to read it, but
I mean, I can bring it down here so you can see.
So it's going to be kind of
because he'll be back in here with another one in moments.
That's true.
So every time I block him, he loses all his comments. So you can see, like your boy's got. I think your boy's got her back. Either that or your boy's talking shit to us.
No, he's talking shit to that guy.
I mean, here's the thing: is if that's your boy and he's talking shit to us, that's fucking hilarious. Shh, don't tell daddy. Like it doesn't. I don't really care who he's talking shit to. Like that's fucking funny. Like he could be talking shit to me, and that's a good joke, dude. Shh.
I should give since he's being such a good sport and sticking up for us. I should give him even more of a shout out. So
yeah, should we plug? Does he got something to plug?
He does. He makes some awesome fucking rawhide like scary masks.
Okay. Let me see if I can switch this over real quick.
See if you can search masks by Anbry or Anbry.
Okay, we gotta watch here while I do so it doesn't crash the feed.
Yeah, I don't know how long he's been doing it, but he is freaking killing it with this stuff.
Okay, so you said Google?
Yeah, masks by Anbry. ANBY. Yep. See what comes up here. There you go.
This one?
Yep.
Here we go. This looks right.
Yep.
I don't even know what I'm looking for, but this still looks right. We just gotta wait for it to load.
Yeah.
Because apparently my computer does not like doing this while we're podcasting.
I swear he makes new masks like every day.
Oh, these are kind of sick. We should show this. Let me show this on the screen. Hold on here. Let me go back to main so when we come back we're good. Okay, frames are still okay. We're not crashing the stream by any means, so that is pretty cool, dude. What the fuck is that one?
He usually has, I think he has names for everything, but I don't know if he posted anything on there.
This almost looks like a Marvel race, like a race of aliens in Marvel. Oh, you know what that looks like? No, I know. I can tell you exactly what it looks like.
Shit.
It looks like them motherfuckers from District 9. Remember District 9?
Yeah, but yep. I can't remember what they look like.
That's what they look like.
Scroll it.
That looks like some weird cross between like Mike Myers and Donald Trump. You see?
Yeah, I mean, and these things have teeth and everything, like real looking teeth.
These look like really cool, like almost Slipknot masks or something from American Horror Story in one of those weird seasons. Oh, he's got a video.
Yeah, how he's making them.
Let's play the video.
So, as I'm learning with my 6th attempt here at full heads, we got 2 skins. I can't show you the face yet, so it's kind of like the surprise ending, but I decided to go with leather, so we keep it cowl, you know what I'm saying? And I stitch it up all the way down to be able to adjust right there. And it goes all the way up. And then there's another one going well, shit, we'll get around to it. I'm trying to make it look good. Well, here we go. We're going to the back. See, there's nothing open in the back. It's all one piece here. And this is the best fitting one, I'd say, I've made yet for full heads. You got the stitch again, like I was showing you before, through the leather. Rivets down here with elastic. Also right on top, and also...
I recently visited this guy, and he's just got hundreds of these things.
And this is the singer from your first band.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Used to be in a band called Breechless back in the day, and we were kind of a weird...
Breechless?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of a cool name.
We were kind of almost a Mr. Bungle-esque kind of band, kind of mix up all kinds of genres.
These are
super
sweet.
long songs.
If I were in a band that did this, I would hit this dude up and be like, dude, you should make our masks. I will never wear a mask on stage for two reasons. Number one, it's fucking hard to breathe.
It's tough. Yeah.
And like it has everything that will drive me nuts on stage. So it's going to make me itchy, sweaty, hot, hard to breathe, hard to see.
Restrict your vision, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like hard to physically be me on stage. And number two, not criticizing bands that do this. I'm saying for me, I think it's a gimmick. Like, I can't take myself or what I'm doing seriously when I put a mask on and try to do something like that. This is why I have an issue dressing up certain ways during Halloween shows. Jeremy got really mad at me at a Dying Euphoria show because he went, we got to get something like funny. And so I went and tried to find funny costumes that I could wear on stage. And I was like, dude, I can't perform like this. I can't. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to actually go out there and perform in a Borat fucking, you remember the thong that he stretched over his shoulders? The Lieutenant Dangle with the short shorts. It was like, dude, I'll do some goofy ass shit, like, but it's got to be me, right? Like, so I couldn't find the right costume. So I ended up just getting like a cool costume that was kind of expensive and it looked cool. I was like a Roman fucking, what do you call those guys? The Praetorians.
Mm-hmm.
And he was super mad at me, but it was like, dude, I have to be able to like do my job up here. And even halfway through, I still ended up taking that stupid fucking thing off and putting regular jeans on. I remember running backstage at the Rock in drop trow, and I was naked. So like full balls, full bush, like everything. And people were like, what the fuck? And I was like, fuck you. This is my green room, and you're here during my set. I have to change. You're not even supposed to be in here. And they were like, oh, you're totally right. Sorry. And I was like, it's all good. And then just like quick put on jeans.
I don't know. I'll
there.
wear a mask on stage. It all comes down to what you're paying me. I don't mind gimmicks whatsoever.
I mean, if that's what I'm being hired to do,
right.
But I'm saying in like my own band where I'm writing my own original music. Now, again, I'll make the exception if you and I decided to start a band that was based on a gimmick and then this is like part of the deal, part of the brand, then yeah, we would do it. But the first thing I said would still be, I'd be like, dude, it's too uncomfortable. Let's do this unless you're going to pay me. But this is not a realistic scenario where someone's going to approach us and be like, I will pay you $10,000 to go play a show with this mask on. Like, who's going to do that? You know who might do that? This guy, if you're playing in front of 40,000 people and he can take a picture and put it on Instagram, but that's also not very realistic because we're not playing in front of 40,000 people. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I'm not wearing a fucking mask.
We might if we were wearing the fucking masks, Jared.
But if I were to be a mask-wearing type band, I would legit hit this dude up because these are really good. And
dude, he's got dope.
Yeah, shit, I switched to the wrong one. Yeah, like here's the pig one. That also reminds me of American Horror Story and a little bit of Slipknot. I feel like they had a pig in their lineup. This guy's kind of cool. Creepy clown. Oh, that's kind of dope. Please tell me there's another face on this side.
I've watched his get more extravagant over time.
I actually
so
like
he's definitely not satisfied just pumping out the same stuff.
This is clearly the best mask he's made for a vocalist. Like,
it's fucking creepy, man.
These are cool. I like them. Good work. What's his name?
Brian.
Good work, Brian. You're the man. Hardworking fella. Dedicated to his craft. I respect it. I like it. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, we're only on like 2 hours and 20 minutes, so we still got time if you want to cover anything else,
dude.
Or we can start wrapping
I can
it up.
shit on a bunch of shit if you want. I don't know.
It's up to you, man. It's up to you, dude. I'm happy to have you here, man. Whatever you want to talk about. There's no other way for us to get out there and do anything, anyways. So it's like here we can actually like get our opinions out there if we think they're worth hearing. You know, we still stay relevant so people don't think we fucking crawled up in a hole and died.
Yeah, I mean,
we can still make music, guys. Like, you can hit Jamal up. Emergent ain't doing shit right now. Hit Jamal up. Let's make some fucking music, guys.
This we gotta get back to playing shows
For real.
I mean, I have a hard time seeing how it's gonna start back.
We're gonna just legitimately have to do an online thing where the vibe we get in the room is because, and this is what I want to do. I want to figure out a way where we're going to book 4 bands on a bill, just like a real show. And that'll bring us 20 people. I know it's not a lot, but you get 20 people down here, this fucking place is packed. And it feels good, right? Like, even if everybody's sitting down and chilling because there's cameras and shit, it don't fucking matter. Like, the vibe is there. The people are there. Like, as long as I see people bobbing their head, I don't need you moshing and going nuts and screaming at the top of your lungs. I just need to see you feeling
Jared, what you're saying is you want a fucking COVID factory here.
Well, this would be a terrible example, but we find a place to do it, and yes, we start churning out content, man. I got a buddy who does a sketch comedy show, like an improv thing. I got another buddy Wheeler, who's doing fucking comedy bits. He's got a couple podcasts. I got 2 more friends that want to start podcasts, so they need spaces. We got bands. We need a place for live shows.
I'm just trying to get into character for the next 4 years. All right, I'm gonna go with the flow.
That's your 2020
yeah
to 2024 MO.
Down with the patriarchy.
Go with the flow. What is going to be the hot button issue? Do you think we can predict it for the next 4 years? Like, what's going to be the big fucking problem? Because, dude, the racial shit started, the racial oppression and the police injustice started in Obama's second term. It did not start when Trump showed up.
Yep, that's true.
That shit happened under Obama, which was super. So do you remember Ferguson? It was the craziest thing because they were screaming about racial oppression. And it was like, but it was a black cop with a black police chief and a black mayor. And I think it was even a black governor with a black president and a black attorney general. How is that racial? You remember, like, this was a legitimate argument. It was like, dude, this isn't making any sense. And then we seen all the white cops. And I think is what it really mattered is like, no, it's when a black person dies, no one cares. It's not the color of the cop that does it. It's the color of the victim. And that's like...
Right. I mean, the argument is the system itself has inherent racial issues, right? So
yeah, and it started because a black kid got shot. The very first thing, I think, if I remember correctly, a black kid got shot by not a cop, and nobody cared. They didn't even do an investigation. And that's where Black Lives Matter started, because they were like, it's like our lives don't even matter. When we die, no one shows up. And that is something I have heard my entire life from black people. So again, not new.
My thing
didn't start under Trump.
Yeah, my thing is that some of the cases that have been chosen to be the one they hold out in front of everything, they're always somewhat controversial anyway. There's always other circumstances. And there's been some clear-cut cases where, like, okay, how did he shoot himself when he was handcuffed in the back of a car? Why aren't those, like, the biggest story? That should be the big story, not the guy was he was doing bad things and then it happened. What, you know, like... Right,
criminals have rights, too.
Yeah, there should be better examples that we should be able to put forward.
And that's what still pisses me off about the fucking George Floyd and even the Jacob Blake in Kenosha, because, like, that dude's a piece of shit. Like, he raped that little girl. He's a piece of shit. And he had a gun on the ground, or on the floorboard. He had his kids in the vehicle, and then he had already wrestled away from the cop once, and then went to the vehicle to get his gun, putting his kids in danger.
Guy, yep. Okay.
So it's like, no, dude, you did everything wrong. You're a piece of shit. However, he still doesn't need to die.
Right.
Like, there's still so many things that cop could have and should have done, because Jacob Blake still deserves his day in court. And more importantly, so do any of his victims, right? So, like, the girl he raped, she has a right to confront her accuser in court. That has now been taken away from her. So it's like the ripple effect of I'm not going to say one bad cop, but a bad cop taking the life of a man above and beyond his appointed power. Like, you're not judge, jury, and
Right.
executioner. You're just the guy who's supposed to make the arrest.
I just still think that's another example that's just a terrible one to use to make your story or make your case. Like, there are obviously more cases out there that are more specific. Maybe they weren't captured on video. Maybe they weren't captured on video.
All
I don't
I'm
know,
saying,
but
though, is it's just one of those cases where even criminals have rights. So just because he's guilty and he's a bad guy, there's no but. It's not like, and that's what's frustrating me, is because I've been a criminal. And just because I stole fucking, God, what did I fucking steal? It was something stupid, like a bike. I was a teenager, right? And the way the cops manhandle you and treat you once you get put into the system, it's like, again, it feels like a lot of the people that make those arguments, like, yeah, but you shouldn't be breaking the law in the first place.
Oh, yeah, I don't...
Yeah, but all that stuff. It's like, those sound like privilege arguments coming from people who've never been to jail, who've never been treated like an animal, who've never been beat up by the cops, who've never seen someone be beat up by the cops. Doesn't mean that has to happen to you, but like witnessing it in real life.
Yeah, I try not to ever use those arguments.
You know what I mean?
Because even if you look at, see, I try to look farther. Like, let's say, if it's just about breaking the law, if that's the argument, there's all kinds of ridiculous laws out there. All kinds of ridiculous. And there will always be continually be ridiculous laws.
And again,
out there.
we've seen this with Jim Crow. We've seen arbitrary laws being broken.
I mean,
for petty crimes, right. Guys being thrown into prison, and then now it's constitutionally, legally sanctioned slavery. It literally, when they abolished slavery, they didn't abolish it. They made it illegal unless you're a prisoner. That's what it says in the Constitution. It says slavery is illegal unless you're a prisoner.
I'll have to look up the exact words and post it.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up right now because it's worth showing. I think is that.
But yeah, no, there's
the 13th Amendment, right?
There's a lot of money that goes into that.
It's the 13th Amendment, right? That abolished slavery, I believe. 13th Amendment. Yep. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist in the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Boom. There you go. That's a lot more words than what I said, but it's legal jargon for the same fucking thing. Basically, slavery is illegal unless you're a prisoner. That's what that says. And here's the point, is it says very specifically, if you want to break it down, duly convicted. Duly convicted, D-U-L-Y, which means like properly and justly convicted, meaning all the other amendments before this, which is the 13th, so the first 12 have to be observed as well, which is that, right to representation, confront your accuser, all kinds of shit that needs to happen before you become a slave or an indentured servant as a prisoner. And that, again, is why I say I still... Even though Jacob Blake was a piece of shit, he still had these fucking rights. And being a felon does not suspend these constitutional rights. And I just found out I got a lawyer buddy. He does this live chat thing. Shout out to Ryan. He's saying if you have a state felony, you still have a chance to get your gun rights back. It's only if you have a federal felony, meaning you were convicted in a federal court, that's the only way you can lose your constitutional right to bear arms.
I've heard of incidences where people have gotten their gun rights back.
Yeah, just not if it's a federal crime. If it's federal crime, there's no
process. It's just about whether you want to go through that process or not. That's
I mean, the state
a lot of people just don't even bother.
Yeah, which is sad, man. You know, and fuck, dude, I just... that's the thing that pissed me off is like Obama did so much shitty stuff. Like with the expansion of the NSA surveillance and all that. But he did a couple really good things that never made it once Trump got into office. For example, he tried to get rid of the private prison industry. He tried to get rid of that right at the end, like in his last year. He passed all the orders that he needed to. He got Congress to back him. And then Trump got in and they were like, nope, we're keeping it. It was one of the first things Trump actually did. And it was one of those things, it's one of those things that's not a big enough issue to everyone. So it was like very little reported on. You had to like go read something. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, it's like the bigger the news, the less it's typed and more spoken. Right? Like the news that isn't important, nobody talks about it. They just put it in article form and just throw it out on the internet. It's not clickbaity.
Yeah, as far as like
that was one of those
private prisons versus government. prisons. Like I would really have to break down everything and look, because obviously as long as the system is built, it still has government involved in it, and that also helps create the problem.
Yeah, the problem with the private thing is that you'd think, well, if they do it for a profit, they can figure out a way to do it cheaper and more efficient, blah, 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 blah. And as long as they're not violating ethics, right? But the problem is they've now rigged it and built a lobby, and they campaign and have
still
influence.
Using government.
And not only that, but they campaign and have influence to keep prisoners in prison past their sentences, find arbitrary reasons for them to violate their ability to be released. And Kamala Harris laughed about this. This is why she's such a piece of shit, because she's part of this machine. And they keep people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. Why? Because the prisons make money off each prisoner.
And if anybody knows anything about running a business, if you can't project how many people you have are going to have in your cells at any given time, it's hard to plan your business.
Correct.
And so having these maximum sentences and these 3 strikes you're out type situations, it's a lot easier to keep those those cells full. Right. So it's why they did it from a business standpoint, right?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. And so, God, and this is the fucked up part, is like certain things have to exist, right? So like we know, and I'm speaking not for us, but from kind of our libertarian perspective, because I am somewhat libertarian, right? The reason I can't identify with libertarian is, number one, it's too undefined. It's not uniform enough. Everybody has their own definition of it, it seems.
Right. There's left-leaning, right-leaning, and that's what causes a lot of the arguments, too.
And two, at its heart, it's just a little too anarchist for me. Because like the pure libertarians that, and Kevin brought this up last night, the pure libertarians that I'll just use his words. The pure libertarians that I can respect are the ones that admit the flaws in their system, like the inequality and the suffering and shit like that, but they understand that is like just a shitty byproduct of the system, but it's still less oppressive than the current system that's in place.
Yeah, the thing is, we got to stop pretending that everybody's idea is a utopian idea.
Right.
I mean, the conservatives and the liberals, they might believe that their idea is more utopian. It's stop pretending it's utopian. Right. People are going to get hurt regardless of how you lean. Even if we were able to go to all libertarian way of life, people are still going to get hurt. Right? It's just a matter of, to me, it's from a moral standpoint. Mm-hmm. I might be able to prevent some death and some misery and suffering by taking rights away from people. Mm-hmm. But then, am I hurting people by taking rights away from people? Right.
And that's why I think, so the way I do it is, well, I boil it down to, we protect the rights of the individual versus the group. And that's how you balance. Whenever you come down to that tiebreaker, like, well, whose rights do we strip? You strip them from the group and you give them to the individual. That's what you do. Because as long as the individual's rights are protected, individual sovereignty is safe. And as long as individual sovereignty is safe, they can feel like they have liberty. And I believe the true definition of liberty is freedom without fear, right? So if I give you freedom, you're free to go live your life however you want, but you're afraid every day, that's not fucking freedom. That's certainly not liberty. That's why they say give me liberty or give me death, because they're saying I'd rather die than live without liberty, which is living in fear. They're like, they'd rather die than live in fear. That's basically that means.
But that's different for other people. Some people are afraid to even, I know people that won't even drive in the cities.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, because they're afraid there's all these other cars and they get anxiety from driving. Like, to me, you're always going to...
But are they trying to ban cars?
No, but I'm just saying that, but if that's how our government, if freedom is determined by people's comfort level of fear, then we're going to be in some trouble. And so...
But again, so that I'm just using that example, right? So you have the freedom to choose to drive or not, right? That's protecting your individual freedom. But if the group decides they want to make cars illegal, that's the right we strip. Mm-hmm. We strip the right from the groups to make decisions that affect the individual civil liberties of the individual. Right. That's why I do define still, or identify as somewhat libertarian. Because, yeah, it's just really about choice and about freedom without fear. You know what I mean? And that's
certain fear. Because you're always if you, let's say you move out to Alaska with nobody else around, you're going to have certain fears.
But that's not right. However, so you're correct, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to redefine what I originally said. So when I say freedom without fear, I mean freedom without fear of the government or society. So in the Wild West, right, you were probably less afraid if you're a single woman. You're probably less afraid of getting eaten by coyotes or wolves than you are about getting gang raped, because there's no fucking law. It's the Wild West, and all it takes is for 6 random ass assholes to come out of the darkness on horseback and decide they're sleeping in my house tonight. And my husband just died last week, and all I got is fucking this shotgun and 12 shells, but it only holds 2 at a time. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's fear, but it's not fear. It's not a liberty issue.
Right.
Because there's no government or a law making that happen. It's just the wilderness. It's nature at that point. So you're right. 100%. So when I say that, you know, freedom without fear, because the government doesn't really give you freedom.
Yeah, no,
it's actually
the antithesis of, yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I mean is, like, liberty is really like, okay, knowing that my freedoms are protected and I don't have fear that there's going to be people or agencies coming and taking them from me. That's specifically what I mean by that. Just for the listeners and for you, the way we're not confused.
Yeah, no, the only reason why I like to clarify in that position is because, again, I'm not trying to sell a utopia. Like, freedom is going to come with consequences. It's going to come with fear. It's going to, you know, responsibility. And I think the farther we get away from responsibility, the more problems we're going to have. It just makes sense.
Here's a great example to put this concept into a real world context. So after that election I told you about where they ended the Reconstruction Act, so black people after the Civil War, Congress passed something called the Reconstruction Act, which was federal enforcement of the protection of the newly earned rights of black people to vote. Okay? So people think black people earned the right to vote in 1964 under LBJ with the Civil Rights Act. False. That's the second time they earned the right to vote. The first time they earned the right to vote was immediately at the end of the Civil War with something called the Reconstruction Act. Then they had liberty. However, a few years later, I forget the guy's name who lost the election. God, I think it might have been Rutherford B. Hayes. But whoever he actually lost the election. And I think I told you this before the podcast. I don't think I said this on the podcast. If I'm repeating myself now, I apologize. But he basically put it into dispute, won these 4 states, got him the electoral. He didn't even win in the dispute. He just disputed these 4 states he needed to get his electoral votes. They made a backdoor deal between them. He handed over the presidency to him, so he ended up with those extra 20, got his 185. But the deal was he had to end the Reconstruction Act. As soon as that happened, black people lost their liberty. They did not lose their freedom. They lost their liberty. Because even though they had freedom, there was all kinds of different people, both civilians and government agencies, sheriff's offices, state legislation, all kinds of things that came down and terrorized those people. So they lived without liberty until 1964. And then it even took a few years after that before black people really started to experience liberty in this country. And that's not me being some fucking petty bitch-ass softy left wing. That's me acknowledging the harsh reality of the American nature. Like, our political elections have been vicious. Living in America has always been violent. Like you said, people are selling this utopia. It's never fucking been a utopia.
No.
The whole thing about Make America Great Again, it's never been great. It's always just been less shitty than everywhere else. Always. It's just way less shitty than everywhere else. But it's never been great. When you were a settler and you literally had to worry about living through the fucking winter.
Yeah.
And then as you expanded, because you're a fucking explorer and you're settling in the West, you got to worry about being raided by natives because they weren't all like the movies painted. It was all fucking, I'm native. And it wasn't all peaceful. Like, it wasn't. The fucking natives, There were some of them that were peaceful. There were some of them that were violent. They were just like white people. They were at war with each other. It's not like all the natives loved each other and they went to war with white people. They were at war with each other.
Yeah, no, I think we definitely oversimplified history when we taught that. In
and
school,
I'm just saying, every single part of American history is drenched in blood, and our fucking elections are vicious as well.
History.
Nothing
history.
is new here.
Yeah,
exactly. It's never been a utopia. It's never
going
to be a utopia.
Yeah, anywhere.
It's never going to be. And anyone who says they can usher in peace as long as we get rid of the weapons, those are literally the precursor rhetoric words used by dictators that usher in actual fucking fascism. So when Joe Biden says we're going to take the guns because you shouldn't have that right, that's what Hitler said. That's literally the words Hitler used. And same thing with Stalin and Mussolini and all the other dictators. Fuck that, dude. And same thing with communism. Communism has never happened without a violent revolution, which a lot of people want now, but be very wary who leads that violent revolution afterwards, because the first thing that the communists do after the violent revolution, take the guns. That's why the guns are so pivotal, because nothing really can happen as long as the American citizens are heavily armed. Do you know there's 1.2 guns in America for every citizen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the number is, but
I just looked it up last night.
Dope, dude.
Yeah, 1.2. And it's about somewhere between 46 and 52% of all households have a gun in them. So it's like those numbers make it very difficult for our government to usher in tyranny and for other governments to usher in tyranny. And if you think we're being paranoid, look at your fears for Biden. Look at your fears for Trump. Whoever you are, whatever side of this thing you're on, you were legitimately scared of a government takeover with both of these candidates. This is why we're safe, because we still have the guns. They can do whatever they want in Washington. But until they send troops here to Minnesota or Alabama or wherever, we really don't have that much to worry about. Because any crazy shit they want to do in Washington, we still run our own show here in your state. Whatever state you're in, you still have your own state constitution, your own governor. Your governor is the president of your state. So a lot of this shit you already know. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir.
No, I'm curious though, like, because the argument is like, let's get rid of so-called assault rifles, right? Let's just ban those. But then I look at like other countries that have done that. Did they stop at that?
No.
So why would we?
Right.
Why would our government?
Right. The only thing any country's ever stopped at is two things: shotguns and hunting rifles.
Right.
Because you can hunt and you can defend your home with them. Which is fine and plausible, but that's not the only reason we need guns. That's not the only reason. I need guns because I'm in a neighborhood where the cops don't fucking respond.
I just don't.
You know what I mean?
I don't like the debate because I don't. Like I said, I think it's just disingenuous. The people say, "Well, we're just going to stop at that," or they say, "Nobody's going to take your guns." You know, those kind of statements like that. It's just like you're not actually interested in an actual real discussion on this topic. You're just really looking to shut it down.
But I do think nobody's going to actually come take the guns. I think they're going to try to figure out a way to make it harder to buy them, stop making them.
You go through all the process. Yeah,
they control them through elimination, but I don't think we ever will see a day in America where they go door to door and actually try to take guns. I don't think that'll happen. But I think they'll eliminate them and then hope like 100 years from now they've just all been destroyed or, sold or whatever.
Make it so hard that eventually they phase out.
Yep.
You can't hand them down to your children.
Right.
Which I think is bullshit. You should be able to get your grandfather's guns. Sorry.
If they do anything, that's how they'll do that shit.
Yeah, why should you hand your grandfather's guns to the government?
Yeah, especially knowing like, fuck man, like they're not just weapons either. Like they're just weapons when they're made. That's all they are. Right? But that's not entirely true because they're also like pieces of craftsmanship and engineering and symbols of technology and artistic design, especially the farther back you go. And those things have historic significance because when you look at, the original 1911, that pistol that fucking changed the world, right? When you look at that original one, it starts a conversation. Like you don't just look at it and go, oh, that's an old gun. Somebody goes, no, that's this gun, and here's why it's significant, and it immediately has a story behind it. And if there's not a person there to tell that story, there's usually a plaque to tell that story. And yeah, man, it's just like so even old guns have significance beyond their violence. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, because they become rare. You know, they become destroyed. They become, you know, inoperable. Whatever. They get confiscated. They, you know, if somebody commits a crime, you know, it's like, fuck, dude. They do scare the shit out of me, though. I'll be honest. I've grown up around weapons. I've grown up around guns, and they've always scared the shit out of me, and they should. Exactly. They 100% should.
To the point where it's not a manic thing, right? I mean, you should always respect them and understand the damage, you know, by having propping up a gun that's loaded and fully freaking ready to go.
Yeah,
and you know what set it down.
You know what else scares the shit out of me? Driving a very, very large truck.
Yep. Or
because you could murder people with it. It's much easier to kill somebody with a fucking U-Haul than it is with a 4-cylinder Volkswagen. You know what I mean? Or whatever car you have. Your fucking Nissan Altima or whatever the fuck little compact car. Same thing. Yeah, you have to have respect for things that have potential for danger or whatever the fuck you want to call them. And guns is, for me, at the top of that list because it's real easy to make a mistake. It's real easy to make a mistake. And, you know, we can probably wrap this up on the idea that, like, I think most people's problem with guns is their perception of gun owners, and their perception of gun owners is dramatically incorrect. I can say the resounding majority of gun owners, like 99.999%, and I'm only not saying 100 because I'm sure I'm forgetting about somebody, but I've never met an irresponsible gun owner. Like, everyone that I know in my entire lifetime, from being a child till now, that owns guns is extremely respectful of them, very careful. When you show somebody says, hey, can I see your gun? They empty it, they clear the chamber, they cock it back. There's a level of inherent respect for, you know, it's like those movies you see when a guy walks around with the fucking uranium thing and he's like, oh, don't drop it, and he's like really delicate with it. Like, mentally, we don't hold our guns like that, but mentally that's how we act as owners, because it's like, be very careful about where you point that thing and where your finger is, and like, don't get all cocky and loosey-goosey. It's about discipline, because this is a deadly weapon. Like, and the culture behind when and how to use the weapon, that's where I'll wrap up, and then you can fucking take over again, is there's this, I wouldn't say disputed, but that you'll get different versions of it. So you hear commonly, you never pull out your gun unless you are willing to use it. The way I was brought up on guns is or you'll hear, you never point your gun at someone unless you're willing to use it. The way I was brought up on guns is, you don't even draw your weapon unless you are going to kill someone. Like, so when this finally comes out, you've exhausted every opportunity and you've decided it's truly life or death, and you're pulling it out to use it. And the reason for this discrepancy is, how it was rationalized to me is, if you simply pull out a gun and point it at someone because you're willing to use it, could easily get you shot. Or it could cause them to react and hit the gun and you shoot somebody else. Or you pull it out and you point it at somebody and somebody else sees you and shoots you.
That could totally happen.
All of those things
I would
happen.
just say, like, not necessarily
and all
that
of those things have happened.
Not
there's
saying
legal
that
precedents for all these things as well.
I'm saying there's probably a middle ground there where you can pull it, because you're not, your first instinct, because you kind of, if you're just pulling it because you will use it, we have to clarify a little bit more, because you're going to point it at somebody and order them to stop doing what they're doing before you decide you're just going to shoot them, right?
Cops don't.
In some situations, right?
The cops don't.
Right, but like, if somebody is trying to hurt somebody and I come to somebody's aid, I'm going to make sure that they see my gun. You know, unless it's so dire that the only thing I can do is kill that person to save this person. There's no other option.
Right.
But generally, I'm going to let them see it first.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said it's like,
so they can stop voluntarily.
But do you notice how we're not debating this, though?
Yeah.
You're like, well, this is kind of how I think about it. This is how gun owners have conversations. It's not this megalomaniac fucking thing. Like, somebody might go, wow, Jared, that's really overzealous of you. And I'm saying, no, it is the most conservative version of drawing your weapon. Like, when I draw this, it's because I know I'm going to fucking point it at you, and I'm probably pulling the trigger, unless you run. But I'm not going to pull it out and then sit here and have a conversation, let my arm get tired, let you have time to see if the safety's on or off, if you're in that situation. There's too many other things that can go wrong by you displaying your weapon. And
what happened to run up, get done up?
That's what I'm saying. Run up, get done up. Exactly. So when I pull that gun,
but see, the thing is two people got to separate talk from reality too, as far as like their perception of gun owners. Because yeah, we all do. We have thought about, okay, what happens? Somebody breaks into my house. Depending on the day, you know, I'm. Who knows how I'm going to act in that situation? The only thing is, you can kind of run the scenario through your head enough times that you're a little bit more prepared when it actually happens, instead of not thinking about it at all, right? Just like you would practice any drill for tornadoes or whatever, run down to the freaking basement or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But my thing is who knows? One day somebody comes into my house and I might give them every opportunity in the world to freaking get out of the house. So I don't want to have to shoot anybody. But there might be some day where I have, maybe, who knows, they come take that one extra step towards me, and then I fear for my life and I have to, you know, pull the trigger. Right. You know, I'm not looking to shoot anybody. I'm not looking for an opportunity to use a gun, because I hope that I never have to use a gun in that way.
Right.
But I'm not going to pretend like I'm not going to use a gun. There's a reason. I think with the Second Amendment, that's my line in the sand. Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah, I can't argue with you. I can't tell you you're wrong. I think the key here, though, is that we both exercise restraint, and neither one of us are gung-ho or eager or easily willing to use our gun. And the more you understand guns, the less willing you are to use one, because you realize how definite it is. Yep. It's like, it's so forever. And especially in a state like Minnesota, where you don't have stand your ground laws, you don't have castle defense laws, you ain't got shit. Like, I've pretty much accepted the fact that if I end up shooting someone, justified or not, I'm going to jail. Yep. I'm going to be charged with either manslaughter, homicide, or flat out murder, which are technically the same thing, but they're also not. And I'm going to have to prove my innocence and not the other way around. Like, I understand the laws. So for me, that's not a gun control issue. That's a law issue. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, anybody who went through the process to conceal and carry a weapon and is doing it legally, they understand the drastic ramifications of using that weapon. Those aren't the people you have to worry about. So stop worrying about gun owners. Mm-hmm. Start worrying about criminals that are willing to illegally use weapons, because they don't think about any of those things. They're trying to figure out how to not get caught. They're trying to figure out how to kill people and get away with it, or rob people and potentially silence witnesses so they can get away with it. That's what we got to focus on if you want to start solving gun violence and start solving gun crimes, is shit like that. And stop worrying about who's out there legally buying what guns. Like, the people that are going through that are literally like the smallest version of problems when it comes to gun violence. I think the next big thing, other than the shit I just mentioned, would probably be like young kids getting access to irresponsibly stored guns. Yeah. But that's, again, that's like... I'm sorry, but it's rare. Like, school shootings they seem like they happen a lot, but it's still extremely rare.
Oh yeah, and you get a lot of publicity every time it does happen, so that seems like even more. I mean, it is a severe incident.
52% of gun deaths are suicides, or 58% or something
of guns.
Yep. Now people go, yeah, so get rid of guns, you'll save lives. No, you won't. Suicide is a mindset. Like, they're just using guns because it's fucking quick and instant. Here's the point. If you could just get rid of guns and get rid of most suicides, then why are the overwhelming majority of women's suicides, female suicides, are pills and slitting their wrists in a bathtub? So it has nothing to do with the weapon that they're doing it with. There's certain people are going to kill themselves. Yep. And women just don't use guns very often unless they have a psychotic break and they take somebody out with them. They usually, when it's a self-suicide, it's usually either an overdose or they slit their wrists. Men shoot themselves or hang themselves.
We're more likely to succeed too.
Right, correct.
But yeah, what you're saying is, majority of gun deaths are suicides, right? But if you take the remaining amount of gun deaths that aren't suicide,
Cops.
no, 80% is still gang related.
I thought it was cops was the next biggest group.
I don't know
Which
what
are like justified
You're talking about
shooting?
justified shootings.
Yeah.
I'm talking
So
about.
if you really want to
I'm
save
talking
lives,
about just shootings.
then take the cops' guns. That's the next biggest group.
Well,
justified shootings.
I don't even know if that's the case.
Bolo 'em.
It's gang related.
I'm just fucking around.
Homicides.
I'm just fucking around.
So,
I don't know.
And the drug war. There you go. One less thing for them to fight over. That would drastically reduce gun deaths and the drug war.
You know what's wild is the theory of criminality. Like, there's certain people that just, it doesn't matter what's legal or illegal, they're just going to find the next illegal thing. So, like, here's the idea is that you legalize the drugs and you cripple the cartels. And a lot of people are like, yeah, the cartels already have a backup plan. They're ready to, and they're already doing it, but they're just going to do it harder. They're just going to move to human trafficking, to the level that the Chinese and the Russians do. So, like, the Chinese and the Russians, they sell drugs, but really the captains of the drug game are the Latin American cartels, and they know what we're doing. They're so fucking entrenched. It's almost as bad as like the Cold War with the level of their spies and intel that they can gather. They know what we're doing before we know what we're doing, because we're in that battleship. We make too slow of moves. And they said the moment that they do that, they're ready to just double down on human trafficking. And we're never going to legalize human trafficking, right?
Nope.
So we can't just legalize everything that the cartels want to get into. So at some point in time, we are going to have to just simply address the elephant in the room is we've got some real bad guys, and we're going to have to go to a real bona fide war, and it's going to be fucked up because it's not a country we're going to war with. It's essentially this idea of terrorism. But this is real. Like, this isn't like a bunch of jihadists we created by some corrupt wars. This is something that these are bad dudes who have always been doing bad shit, and they only switched to drugs when we made them illegal. As soon as we legalized drugs, they switched to human trafficking, which we're never going to bend the knee on. So we're either going to accept it and let them do it,
No.
or we're going to war. So when is that going to happen? 4 years or 40 years? Those are the questions of the future. I asked you a question earlier. I said, what's the hot button issue that, we got way sidetracked with this, but this is why I brought up the racial injustices from police brutality started under the Obama administration, not the Trump administration.
Well, not necessarily the incidents, but maybe the more rise in voices.
The movement. Like BLM started, all that shit started, Antifa, all that shit started under Obama, not Trump.
Correct. Yep.
Nobody would have saw that entering the Obama election, right? I think entering into this election, I don't think people saw that getting even worse. I don't think they saw, obviously, COVID coming. There's a lot of shit I don't think a lot of people saw coming. If you had to throw a fucking dart in the dark,
I still think it's going to be all these things, and we saw this a little bit with the BLM movement, is the mixing in of Marxism, right? To use racism like the Democrats have used racism to obviously get elected, but then never do anything about it. I think that's the same thing that's going to happen. Like, I think you fundamentally want to destroy this country, you have to tear it down, and I think that's what they want to do.
There's definitely been some of that rhetoric coming from the left. Like Ilhan Omar said some shit like that. She said we can't fix racism by passing police reform. We have to fix racism through economic injustice. We need to tear down American democracy and tear down American capitalism and rebuild from the ground up.
And this is an idea, though, that's decades and decades old.
Right, and exactly. And we went to war over this idea once.
Well, Cloward and Pivot thing is all about overloading the whole economic system and then having it collapse so you can rebuild it and usher what you want to usher in. So I mean, this is the problem. I think I still think we're going to still see some of it because it's the easiest way to sell it. You're still a victim. I need you to give me more power in order to do this.
Yep.
These people, they're bad.
Freedom for safety.
Yep.
That's what the repeat rhetoric. Always been, that's, if you want to know how we've slowly eroded rights, whatever you think they are, whatever you think the rights are that you've lost in your group, whether you're a gun owner and you think you've lost your gun rights, or you're a woman and you think you've lost your rights to your own body, how does it happen? It happens because the proposition is freedom for safety, freedom for protection. They present you with a problem that you can't fix, or they make you feel like you can't fix on your own, and they get you to sign over those rights so you can feel safe that they're going to fix the problem. And I think the resounding thing that you and I agree on is they've never fixed any problem other than ending slavery, like outright ending actual slavery in the Civil War, outright ending slavery of the Jews in World War II. Like war, the government does pretty fucking well at, like all out actual war.
Depends on how you define it. Because if you spend way too much more money than you really needed to do it, you didn't do it good. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the monetary. That's a very Republican way of looking at it.
Well, that's just a business
I'm thinking
way of
about
doing
ethics
it.
and lives lost. I'm thinking about doing the right thing, right? Like no one's ever going to be able to convince me that it wasn't worth having. You might be able to at least get me to go, okay, if you were to present the idea that we should have waited 40 years for the Civil War because we didn't have the infrastructure and the technology to properly enforce and do things right, correctly after the Civil War. But ethically, it was the right thing to do. So your only argument would be, if you were going to convince me, would be win. And then same thing with World War II and ending the Nazi regime and that whole idea of that type of fascism and a new dictatorship. Like, the world was heading towards democracy already. And then, man, because like all the kings had pretty much been eliminated. You know what I mean? Like the czars were done. Fucking, there was no more pharaohs in Egypt. Like all of those. There's no more Roman Caesars. The Catholic Church didn't have the same power. That, you know what I mean? Like like empires had fallen, and the world was headed towards democracy. And then World War II happened, and it's never been the same since. Like China, people forget China was free back then. It was called Free China. It really was a republic in World War II, and they were our allies. And the Japanese murdered hundreds of thousands of Chinese just for helping out a couple of our pilots that landed in China after we bombed Pearl Harbor, or not Pearl Harbor.
Well, yeah, Japan and China have
a long history.
A long history of,
but in 70 years, they went from a free China and our literal ally in a world war to the biggest threat to American security, both economically and militarily wise, to the closest thing we've ever seen to a massive functioning fascist dictator.
Well, China, and I don't know if it started with Mao, but Mao saw America. Like mostly his issue is capitalism. And he used that whole class warfare to basically create this issue.
Yeah, but now they've adopted faux capitalism.
Yeah.
So it's like, is what they really do, is what it really is it's pure socialism guised in capitalism. That's what it really is, because the government really does own everything, and the government really does make all the decisions, and the people own nothing. And I might be blurring pure socialism with pure communism, but I know those words really they really boil down to them owning who owns the means of production. And they say they have private companies, and technically they do, but if you don't bend to the will of the Chinese government, they just take your company. Like, and you just keep plugging along the next day. It's like when Obama bought GM. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And they eventually did sell it back, but that's the difference. Is they didn't do it through a financial acquisition, and they didn't sell it back. They just came in, said, "You're going to do this," and they went, "No, we can't. That's wrong." And they go, "Okay, you're gone. This is now ours. Do it." They do it, and then they just keep the company. They just pretend it's still a private company. But no longer. It's like, that's not capitalism.
No, we've never had pure capitalism.
Not in China. Not since World War II. But that's all I was getting at, is I just think it's fascinating that these relationships shifted in the world governments and the type of government shifted dramatically during and after World War II. Dramatically. Like the entire world changed after World War II. The types of governments. We had very little actual extremism before that. You had some. I mean, that's literally how fucking World War.
Oh yeah, how it all.
That's literally how the whole thing kicked off. But it was so few and far between. Whereas, fuck, man, immediately after World War II, we went into the Cold War and we went into Vietnam and Korea. Maybe not necessarily in that order for the historians out there. I'm saying those three things were just an extension of World War II. They really were. It was the aftermath. And we saw the rise of extremism in Vietnam and Korea. Like, they started using child bombers, right? And then we were in Afghanistan in the 80s, and then in the Middle East in the 90s. And all of these conflicts bred deep generational resentment that made enemies of these countries for generations. And some were our allies, and some were our enemies. But pretty much all of them fucking hate us now. And all of them want to see us fucking rot and burn. So I think is what you're really going to see over the next 4 years, the secret hot button issue that I don't think anybody's talking about. And nobody's really... They see it coming because it's out there. Just like everything we've talked about, it was actually all out there. Like, people had been preaching about a potential coronavirus for years. Like Bill Gates... That's why Bill Gates is at the... People keep asking, just in case anybody's still watching this. If you are, huge love. But people keep asking, so why is Bill Gates at the front of this? He's not a doctor. And here's why. Okay, because I've been following this man for a long time. Here's exactly why he's at the forefront of it. Number one, he's a fucking billionaire who dedicated huge amounts of money to this research. Because when he retired from Microsoft, his wife got sick. And he's a fucking genius. So this guy, whether he's a doctor or not, he's like Tony Stark. He can become an expert in a week or two by just reading all the shit. He's that fucking smart. So he's got the brain. His wife gets sick. He's a billionaire who donates obscene amounts of money to this research. And he's also a well-respected public figure who can speak well. Okay? And he saw this coming and started preaching about this as early as 2000 is when he started to become aware of this as a problem and was warning governments across the world. We're not ready for this. Like this, and here's why. Because the way we deal with diseases was built before airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
So the speed of which these diseases now travel is not something we're prepared to deal with. It really doesn't even have to deal with the severity of the coronavirus. That's not the problem. Yeah. Measles is worse. Mumps is worse. Polio is worse. Every disease is worse.
At some point, we're going to have something way far worse.
And the system we have is not ready to handle it. And is what he was warning us about was a flu. He said, because they're like, so are we ready for like a huge Ebola outbreak or blah, blah? And he's like, we're not ready for a flu. He's like, you guys don't understand. All it takes is one of these things, and it's going to sweep across the globe and murder everybody. We're lucky we're getting a dry run with coronavirus. To be honest, we're lucky we're getting a dry run with coronavirus. Because if this thing is the flu and it spreads like the coronavirus, then we all are fucking dead. Because it will override the hospital systems, and the nurses will die, and the doctors will die, and the smart people will die, and then we won't know how to
I have a feeling, though, you know how bad society, we seem to have some kind of amnesia, though. So I think we get through this, whatever lessons we're going to learn from this, it's not, I don't think it'll save us from an actual freaking Ebola thing, you know what I mean?
Here's what I think will happen. You just reminded me. I wanted to talk to you about this. I brought this up to Dalton a long time ago on the podcast. He's been on the podcast a couple times, so I don't remember which appearance it was. But they're all during Corona. And I said I would bet him my bottom dollar that we prioritize our economy and how we handled this over our healthcare system and how we handled this. People will be more worried about not going broke from the next corona outbreak, the next pandemic, the flu, this whatever it is, right? More than they'll be worried about, do we have the fucking shit in place to keep people healthy? And so you're going to hear over the next 4 years especially from the Republican Party, talking about strengthening our economy and getting less of a dependence on China. So if this happens again, financially, we don't go bankrupt. And so is what's going to get put to the side is, do we have the ability to get people mass amounts of health care so if they need it, they can get it? Because does anybody, whether you're for national health care or not, whether you're for a single payer system or not, is anybody comfortable with literally watching or walking down the street and seeing literal dead people in the street because we don't have the medical system to get anyone the care they need fast enough,
until technology is so extreme that you can go into a sick bay, be scanned by a light like in Star Trek, and be cured of something. We just don't have the people in these jobs to do it.
Well, but again, think about this though, like how the Black Plague was, right? Like you see the pictures and the drawings and the paintings of there's dead people in the streets because they didn't have any sort of medical infrastructure or knowledge in place to deal with that. That's what I'm talking about. Because if the next one's bad enough, that can happen. But I don't think we'll prioritize that and be worried about that until it's in front of our face. I'm agreeing with you because you said we have amnesia. I think is what we won't forget, because it's going to take us longer to get over it, is how much money it cost everyone.
Exactly. Well, and staff.
Even the poor people are going to be like, dude, it ruined my life.
Staffing would be the toughest thing.
Do you know how many people there are that fucking saved up their whole life, right? They're 45 years old. They got 50 grand in the bank. Okay, they live in an area where it's absurdly expensive to live. So even though they're making 50 to 100 grand a year, it's taken them forever to save up this 50 grand. And they're going to move out of town and they're to the suburbs, where their money goes a little farther. They finally got enough, and they're going to spend this 50 grand on their 20% down payment. But guess what happened in February? Corona happened. And that man just spent that entire 50, and he lost his job. So that 50 grand, he had to use that money to live this year. No more buying a house for that man. It ruined his life. And people go, oh, that's an exaggeration. No, this is not an exaggeration. He spent this happens. This is real. There's millions of people.
If it took you 10 years to save that money, it took 10 years from you.
And here's what I mean? And here's my point. I think people are going to misunderstand me when I say we're going to prioritize how much money we lost. I think when I say that, people are going to think I'm talking about billionaires and politicians. No, I'm talking literally everyone, even poor people. They're going to go, hey, fuckers up there in the White House and in the Senate and in the Congress and in my local state. Stop sending all our jobs to fucking China. So when this happens again, I still have a fucking job, because you ruined my life. I didn't lose my job. My boss didn't mismanage their company. You shut down the economy, and our entire economy was based on China, which we could no longer do business with. Figure out a better plan. I think that will happen as a higher priority over worrying about, hey, assholes, next time it happens, make sure we have enough medical staff and infrastructure and vaccines ready so we can go about it. I'm not even sure that's realistic.
No, it's not, because you only have so many doctors. You only have so many nurses. You only have so many EMTs. You have only so many.
And how do you prepare for a disease that doesn't exist yet?
Yeah,
like the corona.
Yeah, well, and what happens if it's that severe enough that it takes out a third of your medical staff?
Right.
It's just we
can only prepare for what we can prepare for, and I think it's easier to prepare for the economic side.
Yeah.
Because if we all have jobs and we all have money, we're gonna be more better off to find that cure or that vaccine. But if everybody's dying and broke,
well, why is it that we feel like we feel like we have to come up with a system that saves everybody? I mean, and I'm not even saying
the Hippocratic Oath is what does that. Well, it's the medical system. They feel it's their moral obligation to keep people alive from specifically disease and injury.
Right.
That's their moral obligation.
But the rest of us are all on board with this, it seems like. Right? You know what I mean? It's like, realistically, if something comes and kills 10% of the world, how are we going to stop that from ever? I mean, we could probably stop it from happening once or twice. Sometime through history, it's going to happen, though. And it could be worse.
How do you feel about the idea of that we shouldn't, because it's Earth's conscious way of course correcting and keeping populations down?
I don't know.
Just nature.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
it's just the natural course.
I think it is a natural course, because not that we should resist. I think I'm not at all. We should do everything by nature. Obviously, what sets us apart is that we do kind of control our nature. That's part of what being human is,
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, you could define that.
grab
We could
another
argue
dude?
about that too, but
You want another dude? Or you
sure. What was I saying? No, I don't.
you don't make every argument by just letting nature decide.
Yeah, no, I don't think it comes down to. I mean, I think there's a natural thing. Anytime you overpopulate any kind of area even with animals, like I have a whole bunch of birds, right? If I have too many in a certain area, they're going to be unhealthy, right? That's just that's a natural byproduct of all this stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is literally how fucking deer hunting works. We need people to go hunt. Oh, my bad. We need people to hunt deer.
Yeah, I mean, there's
if people don't hunt deer, because we don't have enough large predators left in North America, because the large predators were a danger to humans, deer will overrun, and then you'll have them dying and decaying and rotting in fields and shit, and that spreads even more disease.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
you
there's
have
definitely
to have people taking out deer to control that population, and vice versa as well.
Yeah, but then people will make the argument like, "Oh, we're encroaching on their territory. That's what helping create the overpopulation of deer and blah blah blah." But
it's our fucking territory too. We didn't come.
But this is
we didn't evolve from a hospital. We're born in hospitals now, but we're also from nature.
Right.
This is also our territory.
But nature will also show you that that's happened throughout time too, where animals have moved in and out of territories, and so that's also a natural part of the process. That's what evolution is, right?
But you know what I mean though, like
natural selection.
But that whole idea is we're encroaching on their territory. It's like, dude, it's our fucking territory too. Like we don't have anywhere else to go. Like, oh, you have to go stay in the city. Stop going out into the country.
Right.
This was the fucking country at one time. Like, don't you realize when we got here there was no cities?
And do people think that like living in a city is cleaner?
No, there's way more diseases in the city.
Or just the waste and as we get closer and closer together. And
like with pollution and shit.
Yeah,
and
pollution, everything, right? It's
waste, garbage.
Our carbon footprint isn't going
diseases,
down.
The rat population, the amount of fucking shit, and that's the craziest thing is like, actually, if we really want to be as healthy as we possibly should, population density is one of the biggest problems.
Correct.
Like city living is actually one of the worst ways we could be living and interacting and keeping our
spreading disease. If we're really concerned about coronavirus,
like
right?
I can't remember which civilization, so I'm not going to quote the name of it, but it's one of the Latin American civilizations. Can't remember which one. It was either the Aztecs or the Pueblos or the Incas or one of them. One of those ancient Latin American civilizations completely collapsed because they literally chopped down every tree for I don't even remember what they said, how many miles, but that's why in New York City and in Minneapolis we spend tax dollars on planting trees in the city, because if you get rid of all the trees, you get rid of essentially all the animals, the entire ecosystem, and once that happens, like we've literally changed the climate, and that civilization is and that's not through carbon output. That was through us just getting rid of all the trees. One civilization. And the point is the whole civilization lived in that city. Right? So they were in the fucking middle of the jungle. This is way back then. So it definitely wasn't the Pueblos, because we're not talking in the desert. And they weren't interacting with nature and shit. And so once they did that, they had to split up and get away from the city, and they re-entered the jungles, and fucking their civilization was completely decimated because they hadn't built up any tolerances to diseases. And it's just wild. Like, so basically my point is the horrible impacts that big cities have on nature in general, it's like a big toxic stamp. If we spread out, which I think we could do in the future, and they want to consolidate us. They want us moving more into cities and giving nature away to nature.
And federally like protect more land.
And we should be spreading farther out and having less population density, especially as technology, we get more electric cars, so you have less volume issues with high traffic. With guys like Elon doing that underground thing where it speeds shit up. And then we got like the light rail and all these other things where we can start getting high speed transportation going. Seems to me like spreading out is the best way for us to deplete our carbon footprint and mitigate diseases and pollution and things like that. Because you're 100% correct. Like the amount of waste and inefficiency that happens in cities.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's a trade-off. I'm sure in some ways cities are more efficient, right? You don't have to from one block to the next. You're moving something. It doesn't take as many miles to drive something from one spot to the next.
True.
I get there's some efficiencies, but there's a huge trade-off.
I think the biggest efficiency is information and technology, and the exchange of those ideas is better in big cities because you have less time traveling.
Correct.
So you can have more time communicating. Other than that, I think if you start looking at like environmental shit, if you start looking at any of those other things, I think it's got to be worse. And I'm just going off the top of the head here. I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking
and in
about.
the grand scheme of things, it's so unrealistic as far as like you really lose your survival skills.
Right.
The more removed you are from nature, I think the more you're preparing yourself for disaster in the future.
Correct. I agree with that too. Yeah, man. It's fucking. Ooh. It's weird. I think we're fucked, basically. I don't think Biden's actually going to fix anything. In fact, Biden will probably make everything worse. But again, at least the issue won't be who's president. That's the only caveat I can take out of this. Is everyone will know, no, the president's a fucking idiot. We got to figure this thing out on our own. And hopefully here's the other thing I'm hoping. I'm hoping we can convince through 4 years of Trump and 4 years of Biden, all of those liberals who, and I shouldn't say liberals, I should say Democrats, that you can't fucking trust the government. We shouldn't trust the federal government, and the president has way too much fucking power. We got to get our own power back in some ways down to the states levels, because what you want to do down in Texas for the coronavirus is different than what Iowa needs. It's what's different than New York City needs. And so we don't need one rule. And that's what scares me, is there's still so many federalists out there, man. There's so many people that still think, no, we need uniformity. That's what we need all the states doing the same thing. And it's like, no, that's actually what caused all the fucking problems.
Yeah.
Because literally from climate to agriculture to personal culture to ethics to religions, like we're 50 very unique countries.
And you learn a lot by, so when you if we have 50 people, let's just say each state is a person, and you send them all to do a job, they're not all going to do the job the exact same way. Somebody's going to figure out how to do it better.
Right.
That's what we kind of should be watching for, instead of trying to, say, no, you have to do it this way.
Right.
And what if somebody's got a better way?
Right. And
diversity of thought.
Yeah, and you can understand this if you're still not buying this, but you work in a situation on a corporate level where you're on the ground floor and corporate gives you this thing that they want all the stores to do, because in their genius it makes sense. Like if you're in a retail space, there's this thing they used to make us do called a planogram. And I'd look at these planograms and I'd go, I can't do that. It's not even possible. Because they designed this on a computer thinking I had a wall that looked like this. And I don't have a wall that looks like that. So I'm going to have to improv and do this a slightly different way. That's the problem is when corporate comes down and says, no, you have to do it this way. And you go, well, I can't. It's not possible. And they go, too bad, do it anyways. So you end up with this horribly shitty version of what the planogram is supposed to be, because that's your only option. And the person making the decision doesn't actually care whether it sells the product it's supposed to. They don't actually care whether it looks good. Their job is to get all the fucking stores to look the same and do the same thing. It's not actually an effective thing they're doing here. But they need to justify their job and their position. So when they go back, they can go, yeah, see, our planograms, we got all the stores to do this, and all the stores sold 5% more. This is why we should keep doing planograms. It's like, you fucking... That's the federal government. The analogy is, just in case anybody's like, what the fuck is he talking about? The federal government telling every state how they should implement every law across the board, or any law really across the board, when they go, okay, yeah, but here's the thing is that doesn't really work in Nevada. That doesn't really work in Idaho. Like, I understand this makes perfect sense in New York City or LA, you know, or even fucking Illinois or Ohio or Michigan or somewhere where it's like, yeah, it's sort of like the Midwest and country-ish, but they have all these huge cities and really well-built infrastructure, and it's like, this is fucking Wyoming, man. This is Idaho. Like, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of square miles of open fucking nature reserve. Like, there's no possible way we can implement this stupid thing you're doing. In fact, it's actually counterproductive. In fact, to our local culture, it's like, it hurts us, you know? Like, oh, new law. You can't fucking hunt, you can't hunt warthogs. You can't hunt pigs. You can't shoot pigs.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's fine in the city, because, yeah, what the fuck are you doing running around slaughtering pigs? But out here, they devastate our crops. And there's thousands of people that won't be able to eat now because I'm not allowed to kill these fucking hogs on my own property. That's the kind of shit we're talking about. And it's not because they care about hogs. It's not because they care about people or crops or farmers or anything. It's because they have to prove that they're doing something to someone else. So they can go, look at what we did. You know, we passed this legislation to protect the hog population, and now PETA loves us. Now PETA will vote us and support us and endorse us in the next election. Disgusting. But I got news for you guys. None of this is new. This is literally how the country was founded. This is how the first 2, 3, 4 elections went. This is how the middle went. This is how it happened in World War II. Everyone's always accused of having special interests, whether it's their own motivation, whether it's their legacy, whether it's their ego, whether it's corruption, whether it's foreign governments, whether it's fucking lobbyists, whether it's big oil, whether it's communists.
Yep.
None of it's new. It's all the same shit. So stop tripping like the world and the country is coming to an end. This is literally how we started. Is what you should be tripping about is the fact that we have made zero progress in 250 years of this country. We are the same fucking group of maniacs that we were 250 years ago. That's what you should be tripping about. Not that it's all coming to an end, and not that Biden's ruining the country and fucking he's a communist and a globalist and Trump's a Nazi dictator and disguise. No. Those literal labels have also been applied to dozens of presidents.
Well, everybody that says it's the end of the world just keeps voting for the next situation. I mean,
I can't tell you how many times I read a quote. If you elect this guy,
yep,
he will ruin the country and America will end as we know it. He will usher in the end. It never happened. And it's never going to happen. Because we've built this fucking... Is how it's going to happen is if we crumble it from within.
Yep.
And if it's someone, whether it's outsiders like Russia or China or whatever, or it's our own politicians, if someone can convince us that democracy doesn't work, that's how it comes grinding to a halt. That's how it comes to an end. As long as we just keep voting and we keep American democracy alive, we've proven over 250 years we will correct mistakes. Like, for example, slavery, the woman's right to vote. You know what I mean? Like, when we first started out, it wasn't even all white people. It was only landowning white men above the age of 21. Like, and then it was like, oh, let's give it to all white dudes. And people were pissed. People were like, fuck poor white people. That's the other thing. It was just other white people saying, fuck poor people. We're not expanding the right to vote, but they did it anyways. And then eventually they dropped it to 18. And then eventually they gave it to black people. And then they took it from black people. And then they gave it to women. And then they gave it back to black people. And it's like, we slowly figure it out is where I'm going with this. It's not something, we've never fixed any problems in one swoop with one law. We've never caused a problem with, it's all these incremental things that go good or bad, but in the end we've always incrementally over time made it a better place overall. So I think that's where we could probably end this, because it's not the end of the world. Like, people got to stop tripping, man. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, in fact, it's probably going to get a lot worse.
We should cue the REM song, right?
I think it is going to get a lot worse, but we are going to make it through it. we're gonna make it through it. Even if we end up in a civil war, I think we'll be fine. Even if we end up fucking drawing guns on each other, I think we'll still be fine. We'll figure it out. As long as we just keep American democracy alive. Like, just keep voting. Don't allow them to fucking eliminate the Electoral College. Don't allow them to fucking, introduce fucking one federal law that rule. You know what I mean? Like those classic things that you see. As long as we stay away from those huge red flags, keep the guns, keep the right to free speech. These are things that have been put on the table. I'm telling, keep those like first 4 or 5 constitutional amendments protected. And I understand
to protect the individual.
I understand they're all important, but it's really those first 5, man. Those first 5 pretty much cover them all. The rest of them are weird shit about like military quartering in your house.
Well, that's the third.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, they actually get into trial shit. Sorry, after 5, they start getting into trial shit, like fair representation, speedy trial, fucking confronting your accuser. And then the 13th was the slavery thing. So like, but as long as we protect those first 5, they are kind of what the other ones just clarified. That's really the point. Is like, they created those first 5 and they were like, that's not clear enough. we need to specify in there. So as long as we just keep that shit, we keep the vote alive. We need to worry when we start seriously consider suspending elections. So until that happens, or until they legitimately try to come take guns, because we already went over this on the podcast earlier, and under Clinton, it was worse. Like, we had less gun rights than we do now. So again, we've proven that we will fix these problems over time, and as long as they're based in freedoms. So hopefully, the one thing I want to see fixed under Biden is the abortion thing, and I think they're going to do it because I think they're going to stack the court. Did you know we've had as many as 15 Supreme Court justices at one time?
Negative.
And we only have 9 now. So he could easily just add. What's he need? 4.
No,
we'd have 13, which is not an insane number. And then,
I still think this is really weird because it's a political weapon then instead of an actual thing about rights.
For me, no. Here's my argument, because do you know how they got around it? So, this is a weird place to wrap this up, but this is a great example for what I said about preserving democracy. All right. So Roe v. Wade, the reason they were able to get abortion legalized in the first place is they said because it's a privacy issue between you and your doctor. The government has no right to know what happens because of medical privacy laws under the 4th Amendment, I think it is, under that, for the government to know what's happening in the doctor's office. That's how the Supreme Court got around it, is they said, no, we do have a right to know because it's not a privacy issue. So if Biden stacks the Supreme Court and they bring it back up, that's all they have to do is say, no, it is a fucking privacy issue, and we're agreeing with the original ruling of Roe v. Wade, and boom, it's done. It's back to it, because that is about protecting the individual sovereign rights of your privacy. So that's the one thing I hated about Trump and the way he pulled shit off. It was so shady and so corrupt. And then he even tried to and this is where I don't believe in full states' rights, because you see even state governments not correcting. You see them doing dark shit, and this is where the power of the federal government does make sense, is because they provide consistency when a state tries to do this. So here's what Alabama tried to do during that whole thing, is they passed that anti-abortion bill and said, if you leave the state for an abortion, because that's what everybody said, okay, fine, well then you can't have an abortion in Alabama, go to Georgia. But they specifically put it in the bill that if you left Alabama and went to Georgia or any other state and had an abortion and came back, that they would try you for murder.
Okay, so then how do you prove that?
You have the right under the new...
No, I mean, how would you prove somebody had an abortion?
Because you now have the right under this new Supreme Court law to access those medical records and find out, because they're updated, and by law they were required. Any abortions were required to be reported to the federal government.
My issue,
that's tyranny.
The abortion thing again is so, we talked about it last time, but it's a weird topic, because it is a gray area between rights and whether you're harming somebody else, another life, and so forth, right? But my whole thing is enforcement. The enforcement of it seems to require way more infringements of rights.
Right.
Like, how do you enforce somebody doing that without violating
I
the
see
rights?
what you're saying now. I see by violating privacy.
Yeah, by violating privacy,
which is another protected law. Yep, I see what you're getting at here.
Yeah, so I don't know how to enforce. I wouldn't know how to enforce it.
And it breaks another law, which is basically data gathering and surveillance. Because in order to do this properly, they, if I remember right, they have to report all abortions to the federal government now. Which means they're basically the federal government is making a list of people that they reserve the right to try as murderers. Fuck your face.
Well, think about what about a regular what about regular murder? Like, let's say, how do you prosecute somebody for murder now? If we don't know somebody's missing, you can't go after somebody for murder, right?
I mean, you would need an overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence. They'd have to be missing for a long time. You'd have to have so much evidence.
But we don't know they're missing.
I'm saying,
you know what I mean?
They've changed this. They do eventually. You're right. If they don't know they're missing, you're correct.
Yeah, you can't. They're just, this person just is gone. Well, who you don't know they're gone, so you can't do anything. And to me, that's how blatantly weird the abortion enforcement could be. You don't know how do you know someone's pregnant?
You're spying. They know because they're
somebody
spying.
rat on you because you went
Right.
to somebody and talk, and then what? So that's how
So am I understanding this? So by de facto, you're pro-choice because of the way that they're enforcing a pro-life policy. You're not necessarily saying you're pro-choice, but you're saying you can't be pro-life because you can't figure out a way to enforce a pro-life strategy without violating rights.
correct. And in that sense, that's probably true. My whole thing is, to me, it's like almost a dishonest argument, because then the people that are like pro-abortion don't even try, because they won't even pretend it's not fucked up. It's a fucked up situation. What you're doing is fucked up, regardless. So it's. I mean, obviously, if I heard, just throw out a random girl's name, Becky or something, right? Becky went and had 8.
Sorry, Becky.
Went and had 8 abortions. What would you think about that person? Right?
I mean, yeah, I get it.
It's like, okay, so it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird situation. It's not like it's some.
Yeah, and then it gets into like, well, should my tax dollars go towards it?
Yeah, and then you start pulling other people into your business. But
in many ways, they do, and like, it's just such a stupid thing. That's why I default to like, fine, I'm pro-choice. I can't give you an answer as to a should or shouldn't, so I default to giving the right back to the individual to make the choice. Like, I just can't, unless it's almost like, and now I think I can even rationalize it further with what you said. Like, okay, all that's fine and good, but pro-life is still the correct answer because of X, Y, and Z. And that now I can even further rationalize my stance and go, yeah, but there's no way you can enforce that without violating these other rights now.
Unless you treat it like everything else, where there's actually got to be evidence first. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't. Again, it just, the water gets so muddy right away that I go, this is not an issue that the federal government should even have a say on. Like, that's where I go, okay, leave it to states' rights until I see a state like Alabama pulling the shit they passed, and then I go, no. See, now you're going too far. So we can't leave it up to states' rights. So we have to we have to bring it down to the individual rights. You can't allow the federal government or the state governments to impinge on this situation because we don't have any conclusive information as to what is the best moral or ethical decision for society right now, unlike slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when enough time went by, it was quite obvious to enough people, and now I would say virtually everyone in this country, that we had to get rid of slavery. It's not an option. Like, it is both morally and ethically, and I think we have enough data, we have enough personal experiences. Everyone is anti-slavery. I believe in America, everyone's anti-slavery. Even if they're racist, they probably still don't think we should have slaves, right?
Right, because they wouldn't be for them being slaves.
Right, exactly.
So we're all anti-slavery regardless of how you look at it.
Right, so that is a very easy thing for the federal government to get involved in. Something like prohibition would be much closer, because we can look at alcohol and we can look at marijuana. That would be much closer to the abortion argument. It's like, dude, there's a lot of gray area here where that I would say, okay, federal government, no, it's too broad. State, yes. Like if the entire state of Utah decides, like for example, I believe
Become a dry state.
I believe
Oh
they
my
are
God.
still a dry state. They're not down with and that's fine because all the Mormons moved there. And
It's
that's
the whole state, or it's counties within the state.
But you know what I mean, like, and that's what I say, like, okay, do what the Mormons did then. If the Somalians, or I'm sorry, if the Muslims in this country, there's Somalians that live next door. That's why I said Somalians. If the Muslims are having a hard time in this country, if I were Muslim, I'd be like, all right, we're pulling a Mormon, we're moving to Idaho, we're taking it over. And there's nothing the people of Idaho can do to stop them, except move and find another spot that's more comfortable then. But I would round up every Muslim in the country as a Muslim and be like, we got to go take over our own state. And then we're not going to allow fucking legal marijuana. We're not going to allow booze. We're going to be a bona fide dry state, but we'll allow ayahuasca and we'll allow all that other shit that's part of our culture and our religions. Because that's what America is. It's 50 individual countries that are allowed to build their own right to commerce, their own laws to govern, their own right to raise an army, which is the National Guard, all of these things, including their own religious preferences, as long as those laws don't infringe. Because you don't have a constitutionally protected right to get drunk or smoke pot, right? I think you should have a constitutionally protected right to not go to jail for doing those things. Which I think that's the point. I think if you want to, I think if in America, if you want to truly legalize drugs and do it properly, we're going to end up with another amendment that will say you have the right to choose the substances you put in your body, whether they're therapeutic, whether they're for
it's strange
pleasure.
that we have to specify what liberty means, but yeah.
But I think that's the only way, because here's the thing: is they literally passed an amendment to make alcohol illegal, and they passed another amendment to eliminate the First Amendment. Mm-hmm. So you see what I'm saying? So like there's actually legal precedence for what I'm talking about as well. I'm not just like shooting from the hip here. I think that's the only way something like that happens, man, because again, you don't have the right to get high or get drunk, but I do believe you should have the right to not go to jail for that. So for example, you can't be arrested for being drunk in Utah, but you can't buy liquor in Utah except for two places that are both owned by the government. Like all the liquor sold in Utah is municipally owned, all the real alcohol, because they still sell alcohol in Mormon country. They still drink, but it's more for ceremonial purposes, and they also understand not everyone's Mormon, so it's not a dictatorship. Like I would say
that you would have the right to do those things in the pursuit of happiness, right? I would say that you would have the right to do those things.
Right. The problem is like when people hear that idea, they go, no, because then all the white people are gonna in Nevada, and again, they don't have the ability to violate any rights of any individual citizens. That includes all minorities. So, and that's already what we do. Is the point. Like
that's the point of our Constitution, was to protect the minority.
But I'm saying we already herd together with like ideas. So that's why Texas is red and super pro-gun. Minnesota's blue, but also super pro-gun. Like it's hard to buy a gun, but we don't have restrictions on what guns you or how much ammo you can have.
Well, and we already
it's just hard to get them.
And we already do have people moving across borders and then voting to change things the way they left it from the last.
Yeah, you're talking about the California to Texas thing.
Yeah, that happens.
If anybody's
all the time.
Confused, yeah, and that does happen. You know, and you have guys that leave states and they bring their companies across state lines because of the opposite. They're like, you're fucking everything up here. It's better over there. You're not listening. So I'm taking my business 45 minutes east to Wisconsin because it's better for my taxes. I'm setting up shop at St. Paul. I'm setting up in Hudson. That happens too. Yep. And they don't try to change things. They leave because their state fucking sucks. And same thing, there was people that fled the South for fucking slavery or abortion laws when abortion was a states' right thing back before Roe v. Wade. Like people would flee the South to come north to have an abortion. Like whether they were poor or not, like they still did it. That's why I also hate that argument that like, because I'm not going to say who said it, but somebody in my family, they said, no, I don't think we should eliminate the ability for people to have an abortion, but I think we should make it a lot fucking harder. So you have to really think long and hard, including like on your way there. I don't think you should be able to drive 20 minutes to go get an abortion. I think it should be like a 2-day journey, because you might change your mind in that 2 days. And I'm like, here's the thing: is
why
like,
2 days? Why not 3 days? Why not 4 days? Why not 5 days?
Or 2 hours or whatever? I don't even remember the amount.
But that's an arbitrary argument,
right? That's exactly what I'm saying in my head. I'm like, but here's the thing: is like, I don't think of it that way. I think of it as like, if that person wants to have an abortion, all you're doing is making it as difficult as possible and potentially putting that person in danger, right? Especially poor people that are alone, right? And we already know, because there's too many. If your only option is to spend $500 and drive 16 hours out of state to go get an abortion, or there's a guy right down the road who will do it for $250 in a back alley, which one are most poor people going to take? The fucking guy in the back alley. How do I know this? Why am I not arrogant right now? Because it already fucking happened. So to repeat this theme that we've been going through in this fucking podcast, is every issue that I see us dealing with right now, whether it's the rhetoric and how our presidents or candidates are talking, whether it's the competency or their age, whether it's their experience or lack thereof, whether it's racial issues, whether it's economic poverty, big business, oil, wars, foreign, all of it's already been done before. And we don't learn. We keep repeating these same cycles. The difference is who we're talking about at the time. Like, oh, racism, it's a problem. Well, okay, it was a problem the whole time. It's been a problem the whole time. The only difference is who we're talking about. So now we're not talking about Native Americans or slaves or even freed black people after the Civil War that aren't being protected under the Constitution that they fought to protect. Not only we're not talking about voter rights, we're just talking about innocent black kids walking down the street and being profiled. You know what I mean? And now it's happening to white people too. And some people are like, good, they can feel what it feels like. It's like, no, that's not good either. Like, you should, like, the white dude who just happens to look like he's in a biker gang because he's really into metal and it sells tickets, who's dating a black girl and is engaged to her, he shouldn't have to worry that he's going to be perceived as a white supremacist walking down the street to go visit his girlfriend, his fiance, whatever. Like, that's literally the problem that you're suffering from. 2 wrongs don't make a right. You know, the eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Like, these are old philosophies in 2020 we still haven't learned. Like, and this is what I took out of my mushroom trip last, dude, is like, like, spiritual, like, technologically and physically, we have evolved a lot over the last 4,000 years. We're bigger, we're stronger, we're faster because of food and nutrition. Technologically, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. Spiritually, we have not grown at all. Like, we haven't at all. Like, we are literally asking the same questions philosophically. Like, we still haven't, for the vast majority of humanity, no one still understands, like, what is self? Like, what does it mean to be alive? Does it matter? Like, what is your purpose? All these huge philosophical questions that philosophers have asked. People have lived entire generations without ever even considering that it means anything to ask those questions, right? Let alone actually contemplating, like, and I'm not even, when I say spiritual, I'm not even talking about God. Right. I'm talking about the philosophical spiritual questions, like how we act as a society. And, like, craziest thing to me is, you take enough hallucinogens, you'll come to the conclusion that those same guys in all these religions and any hippie came to the same conclusion, is like, wow, dude, like, we need to love each other because we're all, like, connected and it's all the same. All the cliches you hear, yet for 2 to 4 to 6,000 years, however far back you want to look at it, we keep repeating the same classic blunders. Just one group of people fucking over another group of people. But the reason why I think that still comes down to some kind of biological imperative, right? There's something about that's inherently in us to do certain things like that, especially tribal mentality. In a group mentality, yep. How people view their family as closer to, there's a reason why we view our family as more important than somebody outside of our family. All these things, and it just is a ripple all the way out, concentric rings of closeness to you. And I think there's a natural biological reason why that happens. Otherwise, we wouldn't have probably survived as a species. Right. It doesn't mean that we can't override some of it with intelligence.
and not profile people by racial reasons or whatever, right?
Exactly.
But
we still do instinctually.
Yeah. But
that's what's bugging me is like we know it's wrong. So you would think that over 4,000 years of the same repeating patterns, we'd have figured something out now. Because, and this is what I'm trying to say, is like every generation that deals with this problem, whether through hallucinogens, psychedelics, or through just sober political discourse, or through meditation, sober meditation, or through a philosophical discussion and debate like Socrates or Plato or any of those assholes, right? We all come to the same conclusion, which is like, this is not the right way to do things. Like, and we all already know how to fix the problem, but the next generation comes about and they fucking run into the same problem. And then the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. And it's definitely the group and the tribal thing. And it's definitely hardwired into us because we needed it in order to survive. But we are clearly evolved and conscious enough to be aware of it, but there's some sort of disconnect between the generations that we haven't understood, that the experiences that my grandfather had in his time are the exact same experiences I'm having now. But we go, yeah, but those fucking old people, dude, they didn't understand what it was like to live in this world, which is technically true when you talk about technology and the speed of things. But when it comes down to ethics, the ethics haven't changed. Nothing has changed. We still deal with the same ethical dilemmas we've dealt with as long as we've been able to ask what an ethical dilemma is. And we already know the solutions to all of these things. And we've implemented legally and politically a lot of the systems in place to make it right. But on a societal level, in a tribal and a group mentality, like we're not applying it. Now, we've done a good job of removing people's ability to eliminate the people they don't like. Right? So back in the Wild West and shit, we'd have political discourse. I don't like you, I'd shoot you in the head and ride off. No one could do anything about it. You go even farther back into like caveman days or old.
Yeah, well, and that still depends on where you live.
True.
True. There's still some areas where the homicides aren't getting solved.
Very true. Very fucking true. Dude, this is a ton of fun, man.
Yep.
You want to come back on next month?
Sure.
Let's do it again in December. Maybe I'll have you on like once a month.
All right.
Because this is always a blast, dude.
Yeah, I have fun.
We've gone 4 hours, bro.
That went quick.
Yeah. I remember looking at the clock and it was like 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I was like, I even said it. I was like, all right, well, we'll start wrapping it up. We'll start talking about this. We'll start wrapping it up. I'm thinking we'll get close to 3 hours, maybe a couple minutes over. And then all of a sudden I turned around and looked at the clock like 20 minutes ago. And I was like, wow, we're well over 3.5 hours.
Did we lose our troll?
Yeah, well, I just slowly kept blocking him as he logged in with new profiles. And I think I finally exhausted all his profiles and he didn't have the wherewithal to create a new profile to actually keep trolling, which literally only proves my point that he ain't going to do shit. Because if he ain't got the energy to fucking put his name in the chat, get blocked, to accept my challenge, and create a new profile to keep trolling, then he certainly ain't showing up to do shit, let alone raise some fists. So fuck you, you racist piece of shit. You can call me whatever names you want, but you're blocked. You're not on the team. No one likes you. Sorry your dad fucking hit you too much and your mom didn't hold you too much. I'm sorry your dick bangs a little to the right and it's a little too short and stubby.
Now you're gonna encourage him to start another one.
I would love it, dude. I hope he's still there, but he doesn't have the balls. Oh man, if anybody is watching right now that has tuned in recently and has no idea what I'm talking about, this was one of the most epic podcasts we had in the history of the channel so far, in our young channel, because we had a bona fide troll slinging actual hate speech in the live chat, trying to troll me, and that's your movie preview. That's your movie preview. Go rewatch the episode to find out how it ended. I'm quite proud of how I handled it. I'm quite proud of how I handled it. Yeah, because I am not gonna sit here and pretend that I am a classy dude. Like, no, I am a blue collar. You want to fucking fight? I will get in the mud and get dirty and lose teeth. Like, be very careful choosing that battle. Like, I'm a dirty fighter. Like, I'm not in it to be classy and make myself look good. I'm in it to win. Like, you picked the fight.
In it to win it.
You started the fight, but I'm gonna end it. That's kind of how I look at it, and I did. I talked enough shit, chased him off, and he didn't have the wherewithal to create another profile. So again, that's a victory for me. Just like always, I always win. I'm just kidding. I'm not the next Trump. I don't always win. I actually lose more than I win, quite a bit actually. But yeah, dude, come back on in December. Yeah, we'll do like once a month. That way it's not too often, but it's also not like every 3 fucking months, you know, because the way I'm doing at least 2 a week. So yeah, it'll be great, dude.
Yeah, maybe somebody's got an idea of shit we can talk about too.
Well, and maybe we can, by then, and I'm serious, let's get a crew together. Start talking to some people that you think might be interested or able or willing to help. We need a space that's large enough to put a small stage and lights in and a small sound system that sounds good, but it doesn't need to fill a huge room. So it's a glorified monitor and rehearsal setup, right? We need a board with about 20 channels. We could get away with less, but let's do 20. Which somebody we know has one of these fuckers just sitting there collecting dust. Possibly somebody listening to this right now. Let's source some cams. Let's find some cams, even if they're shitty webcams for now. Let's figure it out. So we need a space where we can set up small stage, small lights, small sound system, 4 bands. We get the cams. Between some of the shit I have here and some of the stuff some other people have, we can get the video. And then with the board, I know we already have enough mics between between half the scene. We got plenty of mics. That'll be the last problem we have. Maybe getting enough of the same matching mics so it's easier to mix each band, right? That'll be the harder thing. It's like, dude, we have a lot of really nice mics, but we need like more of the same shitty SM57s. We don't have enough. It's too hard to remix every band with this many nice mics. Like, a lot of guys probably have a lot of expensive studio mics, and we need like regular basic bitch live mics. But and then let's just try to figure this out, because I want to get up and running before the new year. I want to get our first bona fide live stream, and I'm gonna start out in between, and I'm gonna do like small versions. So like also talk to Aaron and the guitar player, and the drummer, and see if we can figure out a way maybe you guys do like an acoustic set. Because I'm going to try to do a version of what I just described down here, but it's just going to be for one band that's going to be on the podcast that same night. Have you guys play like, and I might even say fuck it and have you guys do like a whole 40-minute to an hour set, and then have that stream, and then fucking have you guys come and sit down here, and then we just do a regular podcast. And it won't be all weird and awkward like Jimmy Kimmel. So, you know, it's not going to be like that. It's just going to be like, play your fucking music, because nobody can see anything. So do that. I have a spot right here. And then we'll fucking sit down and just bullshit and have a regular old podcast. It'll be great. It'll be really cool.
I'd like to get Aaron Dahl on here.
I would love to talk to Aaron Dahl, because I know he's very spiritual. And did I ever tell you the story? I actually saw him at church. So there's a short period of time I was back going to church, full-blown actual church again. And I don't know if I had actually heard about Aaron Dahl leaving the band yet, but I knew who Aaron Dahl was. And I knew your band, and I was already a fan, because I had known you for years. I had never met him, though, but I knew who he was. And I was like, this dude is fucking so good. And then all of a sudden one day I'm just hanging out at church, like, and they had this really great band, which is part of the reason they suckered me in, because they were like, dude, you should come play for us. And I was like, I'm not fucking doing that. And they were like, just come watch. And I was like, that is actually the line.
They have a setup, bro.
Yeah. I was like, because you know what I mean? Like people who are really confident, they're like, dude, just come check it out. Come check it out and then make a decision. And I know, because I've been in show business, like that's the line. When somebody says that, like, go check it out. Just go check it out. And I did, and I was blown away. I was like, this is super legit. This is like a huge stage, really nice, huge room. Sounds great. Lights are phenomenal. Sound guy rocks. Like, they got decent equipment up there.
Mm-hmm.
They got small stuff, but it's pro gear. And then the sound guy does a really great job of miking it up. But I'm like, dude, you could roll in here with some 5150s. I immediately look around the room. I'm like, man, what do I got to do to fucking fill this room? Like, can I like organize some like weird Christian church shit and fill this room up and get my band to play here? I immediately start going to the business angle. Like, how, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden they start playing. Fuck, I can't remember what song it was. I think it was a Foo Fighters song. It was either Pretender by Foo Fighters song or it was a different song. The dude kind of fucking rocked. And I was like, this dude's awesome. And I was like, I love this song too. And I'm like kind of playing air drums and shit, you know? I'm like really into it because it was a great cover. Like they fucking killed it, right? Me saying this for a church band. I'm like, dude, they crushed it. And then, so it was either that song or a different song. And then all of a sudden, Aaron Dahl walks out and starts singing some other shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? I said that out loud. A bunch of church people look at me, and I'm like, I know that guy. Like, not personally, but like, I know that guy. I was like, he's in a band. And everyone's like, we know, shut the fuck up. This is all at church. And I'm like, no, he's like really good. And they're like, we know he's good. He's singing right now. We can hear he's good. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. He's like really good.
No, you don't understand.
And they're like, dude, we're literally listening to him sing right now. I'm like, no, you don't get it. He's in like another band and he's really good. They're like, dude, will you shut the fuck up? And my little brother's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, just Google Emergent. And he did. He pulled it up on his phone. He found it. He's like, I don't remember if he said he liked it or not. He's very critical. Jackson, you've met Jackson, haven't you? My little brother.
I don't think so.
Most of my friends have met him now or gamed with him with me. He's become extremely opinionated about music, and I can't say he's like a naive little prick. He's 19.
Oh, yeah, I went through that phase at 19.
I can't say he's a naive little prick, though, because like all the music he says is good is really good. And all the stuff that he's like, I don't like it. I'm like, okay. I can't be like, you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Here's the catch. He doesn't like my shit. He likes one song I wrote where he's like, this part is amazing. This is so perfect. This is great. And he like makes a big deal out of it. And he like still tries to get me to teach it to him because he keeps forgetting the part. But when I am really proud of something, I send it to him. I'm like, dude, check this out. He's like, yeah, I don't like it. Like it sucks. I love it so much. I'm like, why don't you like it? He's like, it's just, I'm just gonna be honest with it. I just don't like it. It's not my thing. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, you gotta take that.
Like, all right, dude.
Yeah,
I wish you could give me a little bit more. Like, why don't you like it? What's wrong with it? I may not change it. I may not even take your advice, but I'm just so glad to have at least one person in my life that doesn't patronize me. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it. It's like, why does everyone say they? Like
I've
if
had.
everyone really likes it, then
I've
why
had
am I
family
not
go,
so famous?
no, just how it is.
Were they right, or was it just not their style at the time?
I would say sometimes they're right. Sometimes I'm like, whatever, you know.
You ever made anything bad, shown it to somebody, and they were the only one that was honest with you, and then you acted on that decision?
Probably
like
not.
you got a riff you're playing, right? And you're like, God, I can't tell if this is good or not. You play it for people, and they're like, yeah, it's really good. It's really good. And you're like, but you're not sold, right? So you play it for somebody else, and they're like, dude, no, that shit's not good. And you're like, okay, I knew it wasn't fucking good. I just needed one person to back me up.
With music, it's so weird because sometimes the things I don't like, I end up liking the most.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird. So, you know, sometimes when your guitar player might show you a riff, and you're like, I just hate that riff. But then as soon as it's in a song, and then I'm playing it, and then it's like, oh, this fits the song, then my idea of it changes. I'm like, I really like it. You know?
Oh, okay.
So I kind of hold my opinions up until the end.
So you've learned to adapt.
I will say when I'm not feeling something, but I will try to give it at least until the song is complete before saying no.
That can be really helpful actually in a band because there's too many guys that have too big of an ego when it comes to songwriting, and they do exactly the opposite of what you just described. And I used to be that guy, right? They'd play something and I'd go, no. And I still do this a lot, but I've learned when to do it, right? So if it's like my song and like I'm missing a riff and like I got a bunch, Like, all right, rip through them, you know, because I just need this tiny little riff. And he's like, I'll just give you one. Yeah. And then I'm like, no, because I'm looking for something. But when we're collaborating now, and a dude comes up and he's like, hey man, I got this riff idea, and he plays it, like I try to do what you're doing, because I used to be the guy that'd be like, nah, that shit's weak.
Yeah,
and it's like, dude, I was too impatient to let it evolve and see the beauty once it was done, like you've learned to do. I had to hear the completed project first, and then hear the demos and hear him just play that riff almost in reverse and go, wow, I never would have let that song be written. And then I had to go, how many songs have I shot down that were like that then?
Yeah.
How many times have I stepped on my band members'
exactly
dicks? Like, oh, fuck. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough, dude. It's so weird. At least you're wise enough, though, when you've done that. And I've done it a little bit, but I don't think it's because you're not a primary songwriter.
No, I mean, I've had to write a lot of riffs in bands before when there wasn't that much songwriting going on, because I'm kind of the guy that wants to step up if nobody's to do it. But,
fill a void, so to speak.
I've always contributed. There's always been a contributing. I would say, especially in my earlier bands, but we all kind of contributed. I mean, it was kind of interesting because Brian and I, the guy that was defending us on the
Shout
stream.
Out to Bri Bri. That's your new nickname, Bri Bri.
We used to, we had like a band where we were
hold on, don't let me. I don't want to cut you off. Hold that thought. Do not forget what you're about to say. But I just thought of something. Maybe for my Patreon thing, for people that are super dope and they subscribe, I should figure out a way to integrate to get them like a custom nickname for the channel, so when they show up in chat, I can recognize it. If I figure this out, your nickname is Bri Bri, and that's the catch. The catch is I give you the nickname. You cannot request one. I give it to you. Oh, they're gonna get bad real quick.
Yeah,
Long Tooth Jerry. He's gonna be like, "What the fuck? I don't have long teeth, and my name's not even Jerry." My name's Edgar. All right, sorry.
Yeah, no. Where was I? Oh yeah.
I said, don't forget.
We were in a band together, and we basically kind of had really very little rules as far as like songwriting.
Oh, and you so and Brad, right?
And so that was really challenging. There was like 6 of us in a band, and we all wrote, we all contributed, and
this was your first band?
Yeah, and it could hop genre to genre within songs, and we might have like it could be a 10-minute song, and we might only go back to one part once or something. Right?
That sounds like virtually everyone's first band.
Yeah,
like, even if you guys were really good or shitty,
we had some really really cool shit. I don't say that necessarily that we were good. We had some really cool. If you would have hear, you'd be like, oh, that's
what I mean.
Good shit
some guys, their first band, it's like you guys were fucking really good. Like your music sucked, but you guys were good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then other times it's like, oh my god, you guys were terrible. I can't believe you stuck with it and eventually became great.
It was a blessing and a curse, but that kind of opened my eyes a little bit more to like letting songs play out. But as I got older, I'm like, I got to have more structures of songs. So from that band on, it was, try to be more verse chorus mentality, have that mindset going into writing songs.
It sounds like you as an individual and as a band in that first group, the band as a whole and you as a group of individuals, but specifically you hadn't really figured out your role.
Oh, for sure. No,
and how now we can, because we talked about this on the last 2 podcasts actually, when you came and did the audio only one. You said you're one of those dudes who doesn't like to jam a lot, and when it comes to writing, you're not a guy who will come up with shit on the fly. You're a guy who says, no, you write the song, your best role. This is what you say. Correct me if this has changed or if I'm wrong in my memory.
No.
You write the song to its closest completion as far as you want it. This is my best role, and then you send it to me, Jamal, and then I will write the best bass part I can. I can do those other jobs, but the best version of my songwriting is when I do it this way. Is that still true?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's huge, because that is exactly what I would say. That's not a primary songwriter. That's what I would call a secondary songwriter. So the majority of the foundation or the song in its entirety has been done, and you're stepping in and filling a secondary songwriting role, meaning either you're the guy who steps in and helps write transitions, like, hey, this verse to chorus here, I got an idea. Let's put 4 beats in the middle of this. Everybody drops out, and I got this little bass thing. We're gonna turn on a dime, and it's gonna make just this really beautiful, unique, one-time, progressive transition from verse to chorus. And you play it, and everyone's like, "God, that's genius." And then maybe you are the guy who writes intros and outros and shit like that, right? That's still a secondary songwriter position. Also, a secondary songwriter position is the first thing I think I said properly, which is you just write. This main thing's done, and you just write your entire instrument from front to back. Like I've worked that way with a lot of musicians in the past, where I basically write the whole song, and Duder comes in and just writes his solo. He just writes his secondary guitar, his leads, everything. But he doesn't write the song; he writes his parts. That's what I call a secondary songwriter. And I think that's interesting because it seems like everybody's first band, everybody wants or tries to be the primary songwriter, or everybody wants to be the secondary songwriter, right?
Well, yeah, I think
it's rare that first lineup you immediately strike gold with 1 or 2 really good songwriters that are supposed to be the main guys, and then the other guys play their extra role. That's just so rare. I feel like I
got lucky with my first band because we all pretty much encourage each other's growth and development as far as writing songs.
It's atrocious. I keep leaving it on you while I'm talking. So that's super interesting. So yeah, because okay, you're saying you feel like you got lucky, but at the same time, it seems like you were still dealing with the same shit we all dealt with. It was your second or third. Yeah, your second or third band. Hopefully everybody's second or third band, but sometimes you can get away with a new guy or two where it's their first band. But you start to understand there's a dynamic, and I've learned that sometimes I'm the primary songwriter and sometimes I'm the secondary songwriter. I learn to find the songwriting chemistry with the group I'm in. So if I join a group that they're like, for example, let's say Emergent makes a full-fledged comeback, but your drummer's out, and you call me. I know it's laughable, but hypothetically, you're like, Jared's balling, hit him up. I would come in and be like, yeah, I'm 100% in this band already. Just tell me I got the job. Whatever I got to do, whether it's you want me to rehearse and come in with nailed parts, or you just need me to just do it, whatever, I'm in. I like the music enough. Here's how I come in mentally. Whatever you guys are doing is already working, so I'm just going to write my drum parts to whatever you've got, unless the role I'm filling is your drummer was heavily involved with your guitar player and you articulating the way the songs went. And then I'm like, okay, I can do that too. So I'm just going to fill the role that needs to be filled in that. But if I come and find out that the way it's really done is your guitar players basically write everything and then present me, and they're just like, now just write the drums from front to back. The whole thing's done. I can do that too. And for me, I would have been irritated back in the day in that second spot. Now I would accept it because I have enough respect for other people as songwriters that I'm like, okay.
When I came into that band, before they had played any show, or even had the name Emergent, I was not the original bass player. Kyle Glidden was, and then he went to play with Throw the Fight. And they gave me a call, and I'm like, I heard the music. I'm like, hell yeah, because I was kind of waiting for the right thing to come along. I was just so sick of starting over in new bands and whatever, and then and then I would put out like, this is what I'm looking for, and then some guy would show up and then try to be like, no, this is what we're gonna do. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, you answered my ad. I'm trying to start this kind of a band, so I just got sick of trying to do that.
I feel that.
But when I got into Emergent, like, they already had something very strong started. There wasn't something that I needed to come in there and push the way I felt about riffs or songs. I loved what they did already, so I didn't feel like I had the same kind of dynamic in that band as I did in previous bands.
Right.
But it works. It was a freaking blessing to be able to play with those guys too. Even though it was a completely different way than I had played in other bands.
Yeah, because you were in Asteria with Jerry, with Jerry, and then Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
What is Sanders' first name, by the way?
James.
That's what I fucking thought. I have him in my phone. I don't even know if it's still his proper number, but way back when I met him, I didn't know his first name. So I put him in my phone, and he's still there to this day. I don't even know if it's the right number anymore. Sanders. Because I didn't know, and I didn't want just Sanders in there. I knew too many people with that last name. I was like, I'll forget that. But Sanders literally works still to this day. I know that's Sanders.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
And then that band became Daybreak Medusa.
Yeah, I don't remember Daybreak, but I do remember Asteria. I remember you guys being pretty fucking good. And I know Jerry does watch the podcast from time to time, so shout out to Jerry. I'm not talking shit. But back then, much like me, you were pitchy and you couldn't hold your notes. And I remember that being a big thing that a lot of people remember about that band is like, dude, they're so good, but Jerry he can't hold notes live. It was bad. It was real bad. And I think that held you guys back. And he eventually learned and corrected it because I've heard him live in other things since then, and it is no longer an issue. But it was back then, just like me. The only difference is I quit and he kept going, which is good on you. You made the right decision. I also made the right decision because I sound like shit as a singer.
I can't sing at all, so I don't have any criticism.
So do you remember the first time you were on the podcast? I played you the shit I was working on, and you were like, dude, honestly, man, because we basically same conversation we just had now. You're like, come to me when it's more finished. Like, I mean, I like it. It's cool, but I just can't fill that role.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but if you can do these other things, there's a role I can present.
Yeah, because it's hard for me to invest my, so much goes into being in a band and so much thought and so much I don't know, just investment, and it's so hard for me to jump into something or look at something a certain way right off the bat. Right. Like I have to say, it's got to be slow. It's got to be like, I don't know. It's like
right. Unless it's something that's like solid.
Yeah. Like so when Emergent approached me, they already had a pretty kick-ass recording. And I don't think there was. I don't know if there was any lyrics on the. There might have been lyrics on one song. I can't remember.
I remember you telling me there was vocals on something. Yeah, you needed the vocals to really understand. But when
I heard it, I heard the quality of the guitar recording and the stuff. I'm like, holy, it gave me a full picture right off the bat.
Right,
and that's kind of what I always.
And then you also liked the music too. Yep. That's the biggest part of it. Is it was your style, so it wasn't like, it's cool.
And it goes back to what I said before. Like I kind of hold my opinion until I hear things as a whole.
Right.
I don't want to be quick to say, that sucks.
Right.
Or that's super good. Like I want to hear like how it comes out, because I mean some kick-ass guitars or kick-ass drums be cool by themselves, but if it doesn't mix with the band, it's like
right, exactly. And that's a songwriting thing. That's not even a skill issue, like as far as performance or your ability on your instrument. That's a like, do you know when to fucking step forward and do you know when to step back? And do you know when to do that on each instrument as a songwriter? So like, okay, you're the guitar player, but do you know that like the way you're writing this guitar riff, it would sound best if you let the drummer go like nuts in this spot, like let him take the front stage and then you are the one who falls back? And same thing as a drummer, like, do you understand this song is actually much better if you just dial it back in the verses? Like, fine, do all that crazy shit you want to do, but then when you get to the verses, simplify everything so dramatically that they almost feel boring. Like, learn those dynamics as a songwriter.
That's very key. I remember like being in a band one time and somebody's like, I don't know what to do during that part. Then don't do anything. I mean, if you really can't come up with something, it sounds good the way it is. You can drop out. People drop out of, you don't have to be a busy player all the time.
What's that old adage about art? They say, somebody said, it's not when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. That's when it's complete. And that can definitely be true with music too, because I've done that where I will write. So I start off with like a really simple idea, whether it's a guitar riff or a drum beat, and I figure out what the core of that idea is. So if it's a guitar riff, no matter what scales or fancy movements I see or hear in my head, I still will break it down to its essence, which is going to be, in my case, usually a 2, a 3, or a 4 chord progression in most scenarios. Sometimes I'll write a 7 or an 8 chord progression, but it's like really still just a 2 or a 3 chord progression. I'm just doing other shit to like, technically, there's 6 chords here.
There's just alternating.
There's 6 chords here, but it's a 3 chord progression. Let's be honest with each other. if Dan Knight's watching this, he knows exactly what I'm talking about because we just talked about this together the other night. He's like, well, it's a 2-chord progression. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's technically a 6-chord progression. And he didn't look at me. I almost said he looked at me, but like the way he responded in text, it was like, where you just kind of like cross-eye someone, you look at him on like, and I knew, I was like, I'm not going to sell him on this. It's totally still just a 2-chord progression, but it's a 6-chord progression too at the same time, right? It's bullshit. But then I'll start adding, whether it's the drum beat or the 2-chord or 6-chord progression, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll break it down into a single note chord progression down to its root notes. Make sure I really understand what I'm trying to accomplish in the actual melody. And then specifically in the timing and the groove of switching from these key chords, or root chords, I guess would be the right word, root notes. And then from those root notes and the rhythms and the things I'm trying to accomplish, I start adding in the full chorded version. And I go, okay, I'm choosing these chords now to add color and texture to that chord progression I already figured out, that root note progression. Now I'm expressing it with colorful chords. And then I add in as many obnoxious pull-offs, spins, twists, hammers, the whole thing, arpeggios, everything, scales, slides, just as much. And then until it's a monotonous mess. And then I start stripping all that shit away until there's nothing left for me to take away until the riff sounds worse again. Or the beat sounds worse again. I've been using mostly a guitar analogy, but then it's like, no, if I pull off that, if I get rid of that pull off and hammer on right there, the riff isn't as good anymore. So put it back. Is there anything else I can take out of this without losing the greatness of this riff? Nope. Okay, now it's done. That's when I know that guitar riff is done. And the crazy thing is that can happen in 5 minutes, and that can take me 5 months.
Oh,
There's times that last thing doesn't have, even those last 2 steps where I start adding shit in and then taking it back out, there's times that doesn't happen until we're done with the song and done with the record, quote unquote, and I start listening to it fully completed with all the other instruments, and I go, oh, holy shit, no, I'm missing a bunch of shit. And then I go back in and I start adding shit, and I'm like really truly completing my riff then, and then I'll go back and strip it out again, and maybe all I did at the end of the day was added a single hammer on or a slide up to this note instead of the way I was doing it before. But now it's complete because now I've added everything and there's nothing left to take away again. The only difference between the first thing and that was I hadn't added everything yet, but now there's nothing left for me to take away. And then learning that dynamic with other musicians is really fucking interesting. Really interesting. This project's a lot different. But as we wrap this up, my point is I played that for you a couple of years ago when you came on the podcast. We got it. Technically, we have a bass player now. But if he ever drops out, I might be giving you a call because I actually have something much more completed. And I'm going to play it for you because I didn't have it for you last time you were on the podcast. But yeah, we'll cue up the outro. You got anything to plug other than Emergent?
No.
Okay. Check out Emergent on iTunes, guys. Like, subscribe, share. Hit up our Patreon. We did finally start a Patreon for the podcast. There is extra bonus content on there now. I don't know. I'm maybe going to record an ad or something. And unfortunately, I was hoping to have my sponsorship timed and completed so I could announce it on this episode with you specifically. But I can't. We don't have the logistics worked out still. Things move slow in this world. So I'll show you that as well after the podcast. Because that's pretty cool. Because it is official. It's happening. We just don't have the logistics worked out of like how we're going to implement it and make it happen. But yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, we'll see you on Saturday. Zach and Dalton are coming back from Johnny Rook, so that'll be a fun one as well. All right, guys, thank you very much. Like, subscribe, share, hit us up on Patreon, and we'll see you on Saturday.